Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Good morning to everyone already in the chat. Happy Tuesday to everyone. It's day 10. It's Karen Reed 2.0. Frank. Why do I keep wanting to call this man Frank? Paul Gallagher is on the stand. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Shay. How are you this morning? Good morning, Aaron. Good morning. Good morning, Danielle. How are you doing this morning? Good morning, Haley. Hey, Sugar. Good morning. Good morning, Sherika. How are you? Hi, Sonia. How are you? Hey, Vitra. Hey, Brianna with an A. Good morning, Brianna. Brianna from Memphis. Good morning. I almost said your whole name. Good morning, Jasmine. Hey, Jazz with the yellow heart. Hey, Kaylin. Good morning. Hey, Alicia. Hey, Cass. Hey, Miss Eyes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Emmy. Hey, Quiet Storm. How are you? Lo, you here real early this morning. Good morning. Good morning, T. Good morning, Marina. Good morning, Carol. Hey, Lexi. Good morning. Hey, Alice. Good morning, Siobhan. How are you? Hey, Gigi. Good morning, Key. How are you? Key Bougie Chef. That's what I'm talking to today. Good morning, QT Pie. Good morning, girl. Hey, Siobhan. Hey, Jan. Good morning, Destiny. Hey, Dania. Hey, Niara. Good morning, Black Sheep. You in here early too. Good morning, Miss Davis. Hey, Angel Baby. Good morning, Too Pretty. Thank you so much. Please like the live as you guys are coming in. Good morning, Kiss. Hey, Summer. Hey, Jalen. Good morning. Hey, Claudia. Hey, Nicole. Good morning, Tati. How are you this morning? Hey, Erica. Good morning. Good morning, Erica. I better see something today. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Gina. Hey, Brianna. Good morning. Is this Sienna? See, I hope I'm saying it right. Why I look like okay. Good morning. Good morning, OLM. Good morning. Good morning, Montresa. Good morning, Kay. I was trying to run over here with my parfait to get on this live, and I feel like I look like I'm sweating today. Good morning, Keisha. Good morning, Crystal. Hey, Rita. Good morning, Stephanie. Is this Ramel? I think I got that right. Good morning. Good morning, Patricia. Good morning. You haven't gone to sleep yet. Why, friend? You work overnight? Good morning, Kiara. Good morning, Blackbird. How are you this morning? Good morning, Heather and Terica. Good morning, DJ Mommy. How are you? Good morning, Ebony. Ebony, it is such a crazy ride. You can't escape it. Someone texted me yesterday and said their son's teacher brought up the case. I said, how did they find 18 jurors if kids in high school are hearing about this case? How did that happen? Good morning. The Met Gala last night. I've got to go look at all the pictures. I ended up going to sleep. I got my shower in and went to bed last night, but I've got to go look at the pictures. Good morning. Good morning, Lady J. Good morning. Y'all give me just a second. Let me go get my stuff. Hold on. Okay, sorry, y'all. Okay. Good morning, Landis. Good morning, Kate Cottle. Hey, Miss Mika. Hey, Tidra. Good morning, Shelly. I think this is Janae. Well, I'm just gonna say Mia. Mia is the second name Janae. Good morning, Molly. Mac Famo, good morning. From Twyla and Ashanti. Well, good morning, Twyla and Ashanti. Good morning, Lex. How are you? Hey, Sundrop. Y'all, let me get the stream pulled up this morning, too. That thing said, is Karen Reed a killer girlfriend? Lord Jesus. Why are y'all not getting any sleep? She said, y'all got to remind me to like every dang time. And as long as you like the live at some point, we love it. We love it. Good morning, Megan. Hey, Daphne. Hey, Drea. Hey, Keisha. Good morning, Jen. Okay, y'all, I think I'm at the end. So, okay, 5 minutes this morning. Okay. Hey, Rain. Hey, Latoya. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all know this is day 10. We have Paul Gallagher on the stand. And there are a few inconsistencies that I do hope AJ calls out today. One of my top ones is him saying that he didn't know. Hey, JT, him saying that he didn't know that it was John O'Keefe when he got to the scene. I want them to call that out. If you guys were on the recap last night with myself and Miss J, the first 2 hours were Karen Reed related. But if you were on that live, we watched him say that he didn't find out who it was until he got to the scene of the crime. Well, last year he testified that he did know, and that's why he went to Meadows. He said they told him it was a police officer who lived on Meadows, John O'Keefe. Because when I heard it, good morning, Yates. Good morning. They said when they heard it, hey, Lizzie, hey, Ebony. When they heard it this morning, hey, 504 girl. And hey, T, I don't know if I spoke already. When they heard it, he said, I missed her. I misinterpreted it. I went to Meadows. Why would you go to Meadows if they hadn't told you that that was John O'Keefe's, like where he lived at, right? Or if you didn't know that's where he lived. So something's not adding up with that. I personally hope they bring that out just to show another inconsistency, because if they're trying to say that this was this collaborative effort, right, to frame Karen, I think it's really important that one of the officers that was detectives who was first on the scene, who was not scheduled to come in that day. Remember, he said both times he wasn't supposed to come in until later in the day. Hey, Amanda. Hey, Monet. He wasn't supposed to come in until later in the day. But he came in at 6 a.m. after getting the call from Sergeant Good, of course, right? Sergeant Good was on the scene. Now, you think about this. Think about something happening at your job. Your coworker calls you. Your coworker's just going to say, girl, it just went down at work. You need to get here quick. Or is your coworker going to elaborate? Hey, Emily. Hey, Lynetta. Or is it Lanita? Tell me. Or is your coworker going to say, girl, the manager just walked in going crazy. She just threw stuff off the desk. Security had to escort her out. Get here quick. Which one? Good morning, Gwen. Gwen, I just didn't see you. That's all. Good morning, Brittany. I thought I got to the end of this list. I don't know how I missed you, Gwen. But yeah, is that what your coworker going to say? Not me looking through the list trying to see how I missed Gwen. Hey, Phoenix. Hey, Cheryl. I did miss this whole little row right here, I think. I don't know. But good morning, Gwen. Good morning. But what is she gonna say? And then there's that. Hey, Felicia, there's that too. Hey, Tracy. Bart, you stop. There's that too. Higgins was there at 1:30 a.m., right? If all of this is going on, it is highly likely that they told him who it was. Hey, Tarina and Taylor. Hey, Monique. Barchi needs to be quiet. She needs to be quiet. Good morning, everyone that's joining. Good morning. It's going to get harder as you grow. When we'll figure it out. Hey, MH. Good morning. Hey, Stephanie. But that is something that I hope they bring out today, y'all, because I don't know how he knew. How did he know to go to Meadows? If he didn't know who it was, if he wasn't told that it was John O'Keefe. I hope they call him out on it because he's still on cross. Good morning, everyone that's joining. Good morning. Give me something. Let me see something else. Okay. Something else that might be hard to tackle. Did you guys notice that Ryan Nagel, He didn't say anything about the white Jeep. Hey, Nikki. Do you guys know? Did you all notice that? Nothing was said about that white Jeep. Good morning, everyone that's joining. Good morning. What is the significance of the Jeep? Oh, when I tell you it's bothering me so bad, Brian Nagel, they didn't testify to seeing it. Heather didn't testify to seeing it. But the Alberts are putting that Jeep in front of that mailbox. Why? But Black Sheep, okay. The Jeep wasn't there. I'm with you. No one saw that Jeep. Why did they make this Jeep a part of their story? Is what I don't understand. The Jeep is still mysterious, Gwen, and it's really pissing me off. So Monet, someone sent me a video yesterday about him not saying he went to Hillside. I don't know if that was purposeful. Again, I try not to fall into the whole conspiracy theory thing, and sometimes it's hard. He probably just forgot to say it on the stand. I think he probably just forgot to say it, or there is the side, did he purposely forget to say he went to Hillside? I saw a video, I think Megan sent it to me yesterday. Yes, Della, it was Higgins Jeep. It was Higgins Jeep, but the thing is, what's going on with the Jeep? One side says they saw it, the other side doesn't mention it at all. And I told y'all, I believe Ryan Nagel and that truck full of people more than I believe anyone who was at their house that night. I think so. I agree. Also, can someone remind me exactly where Karen was parked? So, Pretty, remember she did that 3-point turn, right? They're saying she started by the driveway. Remember, Jen texted her, pull behind me, started by the driveway, and Jen's testimony and Ron Nagel's, I believe, I don't know if it was just Ron's, that car kept creeping up. Eventually, she ended by the flagpole. Think about it. If somebody has gotten out the car, y'all, what if she was creeping up because John O'Keefe hadn't came back outside and he was already in the house by the time Brian? Well, Brian said he saw her do the turn, so we can't say that. Ryan Nagel saw her do the turn. We have to be of the mind Ryan was drunk, wasn't looking, and didn't see him get out of the car. Because Ryan says he was there from 12:30 to 12:35. There's no way Karen could have hit him in between that time, which is the time the Commonwealth says he was hit. Ryan Nagel couldn't have hit him at that time. I mean, Karen could not have hit him at that time because Ryan, Ricky, and Heather would have seen it, and possibly Julie too. It is very hard. It is very hard. It's very hard, Monet. I try not to get stuck into the conspiracy stuff. Oh, he didn't say it because Brian Higgins was at Hillside. I hear that argument, but his testimony last time or this time, it never really gave he was lying. Plus, Ricky testified similar. Heather testified. The only thing he left out was Hillside. He did say, I didn't see anybody in that car. Could it have been somebody in the car? Maybe. I just didn't see them. And talked to good about John O'Keefe. Well, listen, Lizzie. Yeah, that's how he knew. Yes, but my problem is he got on the stand and said that he did know. You know they told him all of that stuff. Why is he lying? But it's similar to him also getting on that stand and constantly saying medical episode. Do you guys not see what they're doing with that? Taylor, no one saw Chloe. But you guys don't see what they're doing by saying medical episode? They're saying medical episode on purpose. This is why there wasn't 50 officers out there, right? Because you look bad to know that an officer was down and you did not secure this crime scene, do what you needed to do. But if you thought it was a man with a medical episode, They're doing that on purpose. Let me see what I missed. Oh, you okay, Lizzie? Nicola, I still haven't seen a video yet. Brianna, you didn't miss good mornings? Oh, because I'm like, I definitely said good morning, Brianna from Memphis. I did. Oh, you heard it. I did almost say that whole name, Brianna. Good morning, Tracy. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you. I'm looking at Julie a little sideways, though. When she threw in the blob. Oh, Julie's a liar. Julie is, I think they needed someone to say they saw that body. I don't know where Julie's getting it from, but Julie never said that. And that's a problem for me. Your memory doesn't, unless you go to some special doctor, your memory's not going to get better with time. It's just not. Hey, Lily, it's just not going to do it. She had to be creeping up because he was already in the house. That's what I think. She was ready to go. Probably said, I'll just run in and show my face and come right back. Oh, pretty. Something was going on for her to be creeping like that. To me, it seemed like, you know how you driving, you in the line, and somebody might be behind you, and you want them to and you want to move up a little so they can move up a little. Maybe that's what was going on. I don't know. But the creeping kind of really gives he was not in the car with her. Why would they be creeping in the car together when she could just pull up, park the car? He may have gotten out at the driveway, and then she just kept creeping up as to not block the driveway. She saw another car coming up, not knowing if other cars were going to come up. That could be it. Hey, Gina. If you go back to the text messages, he said 12:30, but I think he was actually there at 12:24. Me too, Gina. People are getting hung up on the 12:30, and maybe during lunch we could go back and hear his testimony from last year. But 12:23, 12:24 comes to mind, because if he was really there at 12:30, y'all, and Karen was sitting outside their house from 12:24 to 12:31, and that man had been unalived while she was outside, that is scary to think. Hey, Red, that is scary. Hey, Shani, that is scary to think. So definitely, let me see if they're on. That is really scary to think. So if that's the timeline is kicking the Commonwealth's ass, I'll tell you that. But I definitely I'm let's look at Ron Nagel from last year. Maybe y'all, if he really said 12, if it really was 12:24 and he left at 12:31, right? And through that time, he did not see this man be hit by a car, and John was murdered while she was standing outside. Good morning, Val. Oh, my. Nicole said the times are all out of whack. I agree. I don't think John was in the car. I believe that's when Karen was leaving those excessive voicemails and spazzing out before going back to John O'Keefe. Nicole, I think you're correct. I think he was already in the car. I mean, already in the house. I'm gonna have to get some times. I'm gonna have to sit down and listen again and get some times together. Good morning, Nicole. If she did a 3-point turn close to the flagpole, he wouldn't have ended up on the side. If I'm visioning this right, he would have gotten knocked towards the house. I don't know what that was about. Well, remember, Pretty, she did the 3-point turn, waited 7 seconds, and then she backed up into him. So remember that. I still don't know how he ended up where he did, if they're saying they last saw her by the flagpole. Because I do agree with you there. If she was last by the flagpole, in order to have backed into him the way they're saying, she would have been damn near in front of the neighbor's home. Even if John O'Keefe was talking to Karen next to the truck, Ryan would have seen him, because he also was on the passenger side of the F-150 with headlights on. You are correct, Kiss. Which is why I don't think he was in the car at all. I don't think he was by the car. Jen did say she saw tire marks, Alex, across the street. Now, remember, a lot of people said it was a dusting of snow. She could have seen the tire marks, but for me, if you saw tire marks, you saw a body. That's all that meant for me. If you see tire marks, you see a body. Hey, Skipper. Hey, Jennifer. Alicia says if John O'Keefe got out at the mailbox, because Alicia, I'm with you. That's where I'm assuming he got out at. Parked behind me. Remember that. In between those cars, they probably wouldn't see him, but that can't happen if Higgins' Jeep is there. Alicia, figure out why that damn Jeep matters for me. You brought up the Jeep again, Alicia. Figure it out. Why does the Jeep matter? Why does the Jeep matter? Good morning, fam. Nicole, my girl should be free today. My girl should be free today. Hey, Tiffany. Hey, Ken. Nicola said, when it's slippery out, I'm looking around the easiest path, not at my feet. Nicola, that was on purpose. She wants you to think she was walking head down. No way I could have seen the body because I had my head down. By Sarah. Julie didn't say that when she was interviewed and did get interviewed until 9 months later, which is a major problem for me. You think you can't get your story together in 9 months? That's a problem for me. Maybe she was trying to see in the window. I don't know. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Millsy. I think I went up. Thank you so much for the super chat, Miss Naturally Nolans. Good morning, girl. She said, I would like to say thanks for the gift and membership. Thank you. Thank you for coming in and saying thank you. We appreciate that. Yes, Alex, at 24 miles an hour. Tiffany, 12:36 is the time her phone connected to the Wi-Fi. That's the time. I can't get past them saying he got hit at 12:31. And now you have Ryan there between 12:30 and 12:35. Make it make sense for me, Crystal. I don't get it. Make it make sense for me. Also, I could be wrong, but I thought Heather said they pulled up a couple minutes after Karen and Hank corrected her because 2 minutes is enough time for him to get out before they got there. What I don't understand, y'all, is how if I'm here, if you're right in front of me, which is what Ryan claimed, and we are both about to, let's say, make a left on a street, I don't understand how she would get there before them. You know, y'all right there. I'm gonna bust my left. I'm gonna wait for traffic. I'm gonna bust my left. We should be within seconds of each other. Red, I think so. I think he was already in the home. I think he was. Jen ain't nothing but a liar. Hey, Kiara. And the truth ain't, Kiara, I repeat that in my head several times watching this trial. Because in general, I think people are liars. So he was still there when Karen was about to pull in the driveway to John's. Who was there, Tiffany? I'm trying to read these comments because it's a lot of them. So I may not remember what we were talking about. Hold on, let me see. She said if she saw tire marks, they would have been visible the next day. I don't. Do you think so? Even with the blizzard? Then think about the plow had been coming through. We wouldn't have seen the tire marks she saw. Hey, Amy. Good morning, everyone that's joining. Good morning, guys. We're waiting for court to start. Looks like they're 10 minutes behind. So we're just kind of talking about things that came out in court yesterday, refreshing our memory. Good morning, Day, getting our timelines together, things of that nature. Because, friend, I do not think there was ever a plan. I could be totally wrong. I do not think there was a plan to kill John. I just do not. I don't think there was a plan to kill him at all. It seems like an accident. There's so many screw ups. You don't plan something this bad. You don't plan something this bad. I don't think there was a plan. I think something happened and they went into protective mode, and then we see what we see now. But I do not believe there was an active plan to murder John O'Keefe. I really just don't. Now, I can't understand why Brian Higgins was so, what's up, all hugging all on John. You were just in his girl phone. I don't get that one. And Karen on her documentary, guys, did say it was right after Aruba when she started texting Brian Higgins. She just said, you want to play? I'll play too. Okay, Bridget, good morning. Bridget said he got out at the parking lot and walked toward the side door and went in that way. And when Karen saw the truck pull up behind her, she pulled up. That's why I think Ryan was looking at his phone and didn't see. Bridget, let's say this. If John got in, if he got there, right, and he was calling Jen, hey, we're here. Remember, she said, pull behind me. Bridget, I could totally see this happening. He walked in that side door. I could see this happening. I could totally see it happening. And Ryan missed it because remember, they were probably within seconds of each other. The Jeep was there to block the view across the street. Well, we can't confirm the Jeep was there. That's the problem. We can't confirm it. I don't believe that either, Nicole. I do not, because out of everyone who has testified, I believe Lucky the most. He didn't see him. So I don't think he was on that lawn. I really don't. Hey, Emmy. Hey, T Townsend. Good morning. I'm telling y'all that truck watched her leave. That's why they're all involved. Tiffany said the truck watched her leave. I don't see Heather. Hell. Ryan, for that matter, I don't. And I think Julie and Sarah both. I can bet Jen has spoken to them, but I don't think they know what happened. No, I don't think they know what happened. Good morning, Ashley. Sarah said the peanut butter was in the car for the storm. That makes no sense to me. Are you going to be locked in your car during the storm? I don't believe. Ashley, I just think that's crazy. Hey, Morgan. I think that is crazy. Hold up, y'all. I'm trying to read through the comments. Wait a minute. We'll look further down. Okay, T-Lynn. T-Lynn says, sidebar. John report to Ken police. Kevin Albert, to be exact, that there was snow activity in his neighborhood. And who is his neighbor? Chris Albert, and they say it was coming from Colin. I can't believe this because I have seen no evidence. I mean, show me an arrest. Now, if you can show me an arrest where Colin was arrested for this, okay. I just can't believe this theory. I've heard this one too. Good morning, Ash. Good morning. Good morning. I can't believe that one. Hey, Nene. I don't think the plan was to murder him either. Now, I do believe they wanted to fight and it went bad. I can believe that one. Also, Mel, remember yesterday, Gallagher said they were treating it as a medical episode. A liar, Bridget. Not a homicide. But he was at the scene after Katie and the first responders claimed I hit him. Why is it a medical episode? Bridget, you tell me. Also, Bridget, this is another reason why I can't take Paul Gallagher serious. I cannot take Canton Police Department serious because they're liars. Katie's a liar. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that if she said I hit him and Katie heard it in front of a police officer, that lady would have been in handcuffs. If for nothing else but to question her. I don't believe it. I'm not buying it. Sorry, not buying it. Did they put him out after 5:07? I don't know. I can't answer that one. I can't answer that. All I know is I don't believe they saw him as they were leaving that home that day, and he was out there by the time they found him. I don't know what happened. I can't answer it. It all sounds crazy to me, guys, but I do not believe Karen Reed hit him. I don't believe that man was in that front yard and no one saw him. That is so hard for me to believe, y'all. So hard for me to believe. John wasn't cold enough. Nicola, I have heard this, and the fact that someone's going to testify that he did not die of hypothermia, I'm interested to see that, because a lot of, you see how Jen keeps saying he was frozen. She's using words like that. Was he really? I got to go back and watch her again, y'all, because there are little things like that. I want to know, is this new? Because if this is new, I think she's turning it up a notch for a conviction this time. Hoping. Hey, Jaleesa, good morning. I think she's hoping for a conviction. Good morning, Brashana. Brianna said the Jeep is important. Why? Because they want to put Higgins in his forward edge while drinking. Brianna said the Jeep is important because they don't want to put Higgins in his forward edge while drinking. Damn it, Brianna, that's probably one of the best. I had an explanation doing trial one. I just can't remember it. Brianna, you might be on to something right there. If we don't want to, because Lucky saw a forward edge. God damn it. Brianna, I think you on to something. Did y'all hear what my girl said? Read Brianna's message. People act funny when a blizzard is on the way. Milk and bread are staples. Dan, I agree. But she didn't say it was for the blizzard. She said it was because she driving kids around or something like that. Something to that effect. And why the hell are we even, you remember peanut butter? Jen probably was like, oh, remember I said something about the peanut butter? And Julie just probably like, yeah, okay. I don't know why that stuck out to them. Well, Alexandria, I've heard people say this is why they are consistently saying Coco was cleaning. Coco just came in from a night of drinking. She walks right in to start. Y'all just had to make sure. I had to make sure I was on the right stream because it's like 9, almost 9:20. But anyway, I think this is why they're constantly talking about her cleaning. So if you did smell any chemicals or anything, it was from the previous night. I'm not buying getting home at 12:30 from a day full of drinking. We're at a party and she just cleaning up everywhere because that's what she does. And everybody keeps saying it, just like with that dog. Bridget, this is another thing for me. It was on purpose. Why go across the street to get shit instead of the first responder? I mean, hell, Brian's police car had to be at his house. I'm sure he had evidence bags, probably not evidence bags, but why not go to his house and get something? And I do understand that they are more friendly with this man. He works with them, but there's a reason. They're not going to say it now. But I really would love to have read their minds the day it happened. Do I believe John was an FBI informant? I don't know. I can't even answer that. I don't know. Good morning, Mira. I don't know, Ashley. I wish I could answer that, but I can't. Hey, BG. For me, the fact that nobody can figure out when it actually happened, what actually happened, reasonable doubt. I agree. Yeah, this stream kind of making me a little nervous, child. I'm going to leave Gallagher testimony up, child, from the last trial. Okay, so Court TV should be starting soon because this other channel is up. I'm going to switch to the other channel because at least we see Court. Oh, I hope he asks him something. Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure I'm on the right thing. Shawnee, no. Ooh, Bridget, I wonder what that means too. Somebody said he was shaking like a stripper in church for the first time. Oh, child. Baby Trooper Paul, let me tell you, Trooper Paul was so discombobulated on that stand. And if Alessi crosses him this go around, yeah, can you imagine Alessi crossing Trooper Paul? Can y'all imagine? Can y'all imagine? Y'all know Alessi plays no games. Very, very technical, very methodical with every. Baby Trooper Paul allowed to pass out on that stand. Defendly, Lauren. Good morning, Lauren. Baby, that word was eating him up. Hey, Shameen. Shameen, pretty playlist so far. She sent it to me. I said, pretty, I'm just gonna post yours. You got 212 songs on here. You've done the work. You've done the Lord's work. Let's just post your playlist. I was listening to it last night. Hey, Chelsea. Baby, I was listening to that playlist last night. All in the house like this all night. I needed to be in bed. I was up listening to that playlist. Thank you so much, Karen. Hey, Thelonious.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning.
Welcome to my spring. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smooth. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing the case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or not affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Thank y'all for the likes this morning. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, fam. Not this early, friend. Thank you. And y'all know the drill. If you get a membership from my girl fam, make sure y'all say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Her hair is really dry, JT. It's bothering me. She said, Bam, just throw that robe on in the morning. He's giving Melanie with her t-shirts on stream. Bam got a t-shirt on under that.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
okay.
Where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6x6, 7x7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black
No.
in color, baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around when you were in the house. This is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lank. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then.
Yeah, no, that's right, AJ.
With regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door, the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct.
And-
No. Absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir. No.
You didn't look around the garage?
No.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described,
What did you do?
standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything.
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant.
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house.
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, a gathering of some sort, just hours earlier. Correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least
How do you know?
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Dan, why is he saying something he didn't know to be fact? The house
You
had to
didn't
do it. You didn't.
separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time,
At that time.
so Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe.
Yes or no?
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past,
Look at you.
including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case.
Absolutely not.
It did factor into your decision that Brian Albert was a police officer.
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that.
Not by me. Absolutely not.
Okay. Not by you.
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert or Detective Albert very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your
That's
best
messy.
detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
That's messy. AJ. AJ.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief, Gallagher,
Bye.
and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief
That
Gallagher
was
across the street,
messy.
correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Gallagher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, ARLO.
Whatever it
believe
is,
so.
where was
That's
it?
still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct. Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor,
Yes.
briefly?
He is not doing the state any favors with his attitude.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallagher, would you take a look at that photograph that I just handed you?
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
Oh,
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
Let me, it is S? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's, sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning, basically its positioning in January of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage? From that
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, when we publish, actually, I'd like to mark this as evidence next in order.
Okay.
I may approach.
Yes.
53.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which
Yes.
I'm highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is if
He pissed.
Lieutenant
He
Kelleher's
pissed.
house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from
It's pissed.
that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Brad. Hey, Brad.
Did you seek and we can take this.
I thought he had some footage.
Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that
How do you
camera
know?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
Right.
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay,
Yes, I've seen it.
so you've seen screenshots.
Screenshot.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage
Not here.
so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's
I
overwritten.
would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
Ooh.
I don't know anything about it. I don't have Arlo cameras. So I don't know anything about
So
the
you don't-
system, but
Okay.
I have Blink, so we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have Blink, correct?
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. Not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay.
I mean, you didn't care to find out.
But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Gallagher, I'd like that ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. And
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage.
What?
for a 24-hour period.
Semantics.
Sure.
Oh, he getting on my nerve. I'm glad you're retired.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm sick of it, Jaleesa.
You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD?
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware,
Huh.
Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time
It just
when
gets
John O'Keefe
worse, even though
went
I
to
think
34
it's already.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Sure.
that question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at
Keep
34
running.
Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean.
Yes,
I know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to
Ooh, a report.
Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating
Okay.
and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
At sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
No.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were removed.
So I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights into different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top-level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card.
Yes, I am.
And that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Maybe even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
administrate things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, sworn police department, correct?
The uniform police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
No one saw that damn dog. Where was the dog? Where was the
Speaking of the
dog?
Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Thank you, Frenchie.
Yes.
SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Where was
Yes.
the dog?
Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
300
We had been recused
Yeah.
at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said that you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when, I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as
Oh, his face pissing me off.
was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sally Port, with access through your key cards.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th.
Why didn't
however,
they
have you?
take
I've
pictures?
never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th. Have you?
This is good.
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them.
I like this.
I believe.
Good, AJ. Damn, where
Do
my-
you think that would have been you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not. You had already moved from that spot
I had,
in January of 2022. I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Gallagher at the time. I know you keep, it's a mix-up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix-up might be.
So he was a
when you
lieutenant at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Gallagher, he was actually Lieutenant Gallagher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that
Come on.
unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
So he's saying it wasn't their place to take pictures. But I'm glad it was pointed
You would
out.
agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is
Have to be
paramount
careful, buddy.
in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, unlike a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hyper sensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
It can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done. Yes.
Did he say
And
that?
DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints. Yes.
What? Oh, Lord.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could.
I can't stand him. Running, no. It's getting good. Hey, Capture. Busy day. We'll see you later, Capture. Make sure you like the live on your
Four
way.
photographs.
Paul needs to go to hell.
Briefly
He can really go
familiarize
to
yourself
hell.
with if you can.
Friend, I don't understand why the car couldn't be held somewhere else if they were off. They were off the case, and you don't want to have.
Skelly, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Fair approach?
Yes.
The Stop and Shop bag. I just want to know what happened to the man. I'm sorry. I want justice for John. If that's Karen or if it's them, what the hell happened?
Any objections to that?
No objection, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Permission to-
I'm sick of
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Ms. Wood's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
but you don't know when it was taken.
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You think it's a paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture, just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire. Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag. Yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is exhibit 56 for the record. What's depicted inside the bag?
The red solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do. Yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? The top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be it's nearby. Yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph.
Bag with this. Oh my God. Just say it. Despicable. And y'all, I'm refreshing Bryson Boone Paul to
This is
it winds up
exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red solo cups.
The only ones I have seen. Yes.
And those photographs that you
Red
see
solo cup.
are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately. Yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct?
The tail light area. Yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed. was it?
nothing.
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. Remember that?
Yes,
What do you mean?
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red. It can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes.
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
Correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on. Yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed,
Pre-printed. Yes. Correct.
and it may have a place for initials.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because of that. If someone takes a razor blade and cuts through a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in sterile solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were
Correct.
not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were. Yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I
correct?
have no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
Hey, Tiffany.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. There was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know,
No issue.
you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But
There was someone
the
else.
cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's
Yeah,
hands.
he's trying to
Those are the
excuse this
criminalist's
bullshit.
hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know.
How do you know?
Yeah.
Because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag,
Where was it?
you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you
Oh,
don't know where
damn.
that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those
Damn.
things before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if
Well,
anybody else.
then, that's what
I
he's
have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes,
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
you did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is
Do
correct.
you remember that?
Yes,
And you said,
No!
well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible. Yes.
He's really sticking by these solo cups in a brown bag.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
I'm so happy he retired. Maybe he should be investigating anything. No.
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road
This too.
had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera. Yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
It could.
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or
It just-
different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No,
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
no,
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
I'll allow it.
they were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. Activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die, and who knows very quickly if they captured the street.
What?
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road? Is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton. Yes,
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
Yeah, I'm confused.
You were asked about a claim of a
Street?
fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes,
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
in this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot, and we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the can't fight department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
And never said he got
Did
his
you
ass.
ever come across a witness that said that this was Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was.
Yeah, I just put this in the chat. I do think they thought he was beat up, but they would never say it in court. They will never
Stop
say
it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches
And why such a limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see
Damn,
snow in other parts of the yard?
crazy.
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home, and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
No,
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it.
Come
Can you
on.
turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please. Take that down.
Okay, y'all. So during lunch today, I know we typically do can read, and I'll say what y'all want to do. I'll do whatever the chat wants to do. Do we want to watch Millie? Because I'm watching Bryson Boone Paul's updates. It's a little spicy in there. So we can watch it on lunch, or we can do do it after we leave here. But it's a little spicy in there today. Let me read y'all some of the stuff. Some things that his attorneys are saying. One of his attorneys said the state is playing these games, and this is not a game. Okay. Bryson Boone Pauls also has some tweets on here. Let's watch Millie. Okay. He also said it appears. Hold on. Oh, they saying Melly must be back there smiling, pleased by his attorney's argument. Raven Liberty is going to be arguing as well. He said every day we get something new from the state that they've had for a year. Oh, Pretty, you showed, I think you or Aaron showed me how to do that. I'm going to put it up here. Judge Fain, he said, I've asked you 3 times if you have anything to present and you haven't given me anything yet. What? Child, that a little spicy. Ash, that's what it sounds like. Let me see what else we got here. Jamie Benjamin is asking the judge to consider the previous removal of Christine Bradley. Now, listen, if you're trying to get bond and you're trying to prove that the state has been doing something wrong in your case, they've been biased, they've broken the law, it might be a good idea to bring up how the ASA was removed from the case. Okay. He asked, hey, if I let Melly go, if I let him go, what would be the guidelines for his bond if it's granted? I don't know. Y'all think they're gonna let him go? I love Raven.
May I?
He looks a little scary, but I love Raven.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
yes,
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do
We
something?
didn't even do the process.
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
Oh
When you
wow!
walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant
I
Leonard,
just gotta turn him up.
did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
He was there
No
in
reason
the
at
front yard.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes,
Did anybody
I'm dumbfounded.
did anybody prevent you from coming in?
no, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Yo, y'all know my mama house in South Memphis. Let a
Were
dead
you
body
doing
from
any
their front yard.
favors for anybody that morning?
No, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You didn't even think
You
of
were
it.
asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes.
Like what?
You videotaped or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
That is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Baby, we
Do
still
you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis in the Sally Port.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
nope. It's the
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No,
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
no, they were handled very carefully.
you don't know that.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And
Yep,
you've been
yeah.
trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
Oh God.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There is a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to put that into evidence.
Did he just pull gloves out his sleeves? Oh, those glasses. Okay.
I'll do it later then.
This is the Cannon Police Department.
Any objections, Mr. Jackson, any objection to?
Just saying, it was terrible. And the fact that he's on the stand acting as if
All right, so we can put it in at any time then?
crazy.
And then when Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank you.
with it.
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
Did you ask?
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Get him, AJ. Get him. Starting with probable cause.
Spitballing. To use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for
Oh, that's
things, do you?
super
That
good.
is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes.
ask more questions,
Absolutely.
actually investigate.
Ooh,
That's why we're here today.
ooh. Because you
You
did.
don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That is
correct?
correct.
You
Yes.
follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek, to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview,
Come on, AJ.
correct?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not know.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it early or anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Nope.
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
Oh,
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and paper. Who was here last night?
yeah,
Just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn.
yes.
Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lang, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was
What
there?
now?
I don't know where.
At the house.
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
In right there.
When John O'Keefe arrived
Okay.
at 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
You were standing in the house, Sergeant Lang, who you just told these jurors
That he'd asked.
knew that Brian Higgins and anybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
I hadn't told
It
the
was
boss,
written.
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness.
Come on.
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene, and
Oh, now it's fast. Oh, get him out of here.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant.
You
We talked
did.
about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
No.
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts,
Excuses.
certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were
You didn't
coming
know
from
where
a
it
bar.
came from. But you don't know it came from
And
the
I
bar.
had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't,
Get his
I
ass.
can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading. I would
Misleading.
have to twist circumstances
What?
to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You have a guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house?
He walked
Might be a
into
reasonable
this.
assumption?
No.
Yes or no?
No,
Just
The guy outside
like
with no
watching
shoe
football.
on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He fucking terrible. Oh, I'm sorry.
The fact is, you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The
And
fact is, you
he's
never searched the
hidden out.
house.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
He gonna stand on
That's
this
all I
shit
have.
too. Get him out of here.
Have you ever
He
heard
knows
one
it.
fact that would have justified
No.
searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form, and You can put the glass in right now, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Move that
Have
into
you
the-
heard one fact that would justify searching the house?
Exhibit 58.
I don't know if I'm
Lieutenant,
able
you're
to
all
finish
set,
this
sir.
because I
Thank you.
want to scream. I'd like to punch something, throw
Next witness, Mr. Brennan.
something right now. I need a
Play
stress
clip
ball.
18, please.
I need a stress ball. That's what I need.
Thank you.
How the he gonna sit up there? Have you ever heard one fact that justifies going in their house? He gonna say no, not one. He just needs to throw some.
May we approach?
I don't know if I'm gonna make it again. Ash, dead body on the lawn. The man was missing a shoe. It was cold as hell. He had no coat on. This we ain't gonna even talk about Ken, right? He had a glass in his hand, which before you find out any facts, I'm going to think the glass came from inside the house. I'm going to think that he left his coat inside the house. Maybe he walked out without his coat on, ran to a car or something, and he got hit. All of that is reason for me to go search the damn house. All of that is reason for me to go search the house. And then let's go on, because when we go later, we start seeing stuff, right? They knew this man. They were with him from a bar. Do you mind if we just take a look around? We don't have to search, but you're saying he didn't come in. The man didn't have on a shoe. Go get a warrant. Just search. You're not going to get hurt for searching the house. You already said you've served warrants on your friends' kids before, so we know you don't give a damn. Go ahead and search the house. Go ahead and search the house. They didn't check for cameras. You didn't even talk to people. Like, what she said, you have got, I just saw Miss said you've gotten search warrants for far less. Why couldn't you just get it just because? Let's just exit out. In doing our investigation, let's just, you know what? I know Brian couldn't have done this, but I know it might get messy. Let's search his house. Brian, listen, sorry, we just have to do this. This is a formality. We're going to search the home. That's all you had to do. That's all you had to do. Please don't, because I'm going to tell you now, I hate to be watching your case. And I'm saying, I told him don't play that game. His name is not Brian Albert. Don't you do that. Don't do that. Jaleesa, we don't know that it smells like cleaning products, but what we do know is Brian Albert, Jen, Brian Albert Jr., I think Caitlin, they have all gotten on this stand and said that Nicole came in and started cleaning. And I asked this question. I said, damn, if you've been out drinking all day, your first action is to come in the house and clean? I don't get that. Ash, I would think you'd want to eliminate.
Like a good place to take our morning recess, so we'll take a 15, 20-minute break.
All rise, please. Jurors, close the notebooks and follow me.
All right, so let me call T about 10:50. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I will call T, but y'all know we got to move. We got 20 minutes. We could get it in. Hold up. Oh, they still like. By the time was 50.
We have proffered for the court to basically be able to rely on the fact that he meets those factors. The state has not raised any additional factors that would say, all right, he's not eligible for the bond.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, listen, I appreciate the time, effort, and preparation on both sides. I'll get your written order.
We don't let it.
As to both cases, and the bond pending therein, for the motion pending therein. Regarding the defense motion to strike, notice of appearance, and all the pleadings of victims, as well as the urgent motion for order to show cause against the office of the Broward State Attorney, Harold F. Pryor and John Phillips, as well as the state's motion to remove prosecutor from witness list and for protective order. I'll ask both sides. State, I'll ask you first. How about June 4th. It's a Wednesday, June 4th.
The parties arguing those aren't going to be here, Judge. That's Joel and Stephen from our office. We're not going to be arguing those particular motions, so I'll have to consult them down. We can do June 4th for now, but
I'll set it, and if there's an issue, we'll let us.
So I can't do June
We
4th.
can't do June 4th.
I'll be gone until June 13th.
How about June 20th? It's a Friday. State, we're gonna check with the people. Feds, June 20th.
We'll check with our office, Judge.
Okay.
Just let the court know.
I mean,
I won't be here that day, but I'm not arguing.
Here.
Just so the court's aware.
Feds, June 20th, 8:45. Okay. So, this will come, we're gonna set all three of those motions, the defense motion to strike notice of appearance and all other pleadings of victims is urgent. For order to show cause against the office of our State Attorney Harold F. Fryer and John Phillips, Esquire, and the state's motion to remove prosecutor from defense witnesses and or for protective order. All three of those I will hear on June 20th at 8:45 a.m. The defendant's trials in both of his cases will remain as already said, September the 10th at 9 o'clock. State, anything else I can do for you regarding Mr. Devon's today?
Not today, I'll just do the case of the statuses.
Yes, Judge, District Court is good, June 20th at 8:45. The only thing is, I believe the motion for protective order is being
I
announced.
don't think he's gonna let me
Witnesses
down.
was filed just for purposes of the argument hearing. So,
Okay.
So let me tell you, I don't know if they're gonna let him out. I'm looking at Bryson Boone Paul. Raven says he has spent 6 years in jail. He is housed in 23-1 jail. Judge Fain interrupts and said there's no evidence of his condition. What the hell does that mean? I don't know what the hell that means.
Quite a lot of it. Anything else you want me to consider today?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wilcox, then we're recessed until 3:30? Okay, so Division of Q, otherwise being recessed until 3:30 p.m.
Okay, so 3:30 is probably absolutely. How the courtroom is packed. Florida.
Please give me 1 second. You have your counterpart.
I did.
As soon as you get all the stuff packed up, just come on up. It's not gonna be on the record, but I'm happy to.
Hold on, why won't it let me?
Time check.
Good, how are you?
Okay, y'all. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna let him out. I really don't. I don't think he's gonna let him out. I wish he would, but I just don't think he's gonna do it. I wish he would. But that judge is iffy to me. It's a lot. She said it's a lot going on in there. I don't think they're gonna let him out personally. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong because it has been 6 years of him. It's been 6 years of him in jail. And if y'all didn't prove it the last time, right? They had a hung jury the last time. On top of the hung jury, their ASA was thrown off of the case. I just don't know. I just don't know what's going to happen. They're going to be back at 3:30. T might be over there watching. She might be over there watching it. I don't know why it won't let me go back. Okay, she'll call me back. You don't think they're gonna let him out of court? What's this month? This is May. I believe his court date, y'all, is it scheduled for August or September? It's scheduled for August or September. She said the judge looks biased. Sometimes stuff that he says bothers me, but I am of the mind that these prosecutors, most of them work in the courthouse with these judges all the time. They see them all the time and they have these little relationships. So I do sometimes feel that there is an unconscious bias that they have, and just always believing them, feeling that they're not going to lie. I feel like we saw it so much with Judge Glanville, right? They just kind of side with the prosecution. Sometimes that bothers me. When we watched Melly's trial, remember how the prosecutor would be like, Judge, you've known me for most of my career. Saying stuff like that always bothers me. It always bothers me. SW said, I feel like Melly is guilty. It's a piece of me that feels that way too. The problem with the whole Melly case, some of the stuff doesn't add up to me when you look at the evidence. I think I feel like they had that vehicle from the night it happened, never found DNA until weeks before trial. That's weird to me. I don't know. I just always feel like you really can't tell. You can't get on the phone like that. I just answered. I just answered.
Let me tell you something. Hold on, this way, baby.
Tell the boys good morning.
Denver already out of here.
He gone, so you just got Dallas.
He gone already.
Good morning, Dallas. Good morning. Oh, wow. You ready to go to school? Oh, I love your shirt, Sonic. I used to play that when I was a kid. Yeah, she answered the phone like this.
Because it's pissing me off. Like, the fact that you're saying, like, it's already, I already told you, I already have a problem with Gallagher and trying to figure out how I feel about his testimony, because he is the only one saying there was a medical emergency.
He's still saying it. He's standing on it too.
So you know something happened to him. I don't care if he had, somebody just said something about allergies, like a peanut allergy. I don't care what happened in that house. If something happened in that house. But it's just like you keep saying you have. Now he's throwing Proctor under the bus. Well, you see what happened if I falsify, if I say something and it don't go right, my credibility, and I'll end up on the
girl. When he said that, I said, "Now, sir, as if you're not on here."
Just gonna get it going and coming. But the thing is like, it's not like there is no reason. It's not like there's no reason to go out here and go in that house.
Just check behind yourself. Check behind yourself.
Like they said, there's a drinking glass outside. You ain't know where that glass.
You didn't know where it came from.
Inside. But even if he wasn't having a party on the lawn in the blizzard by itself,
like, did you hear him say? Well, I knew they'd gone to a bar.
There's a group of cousins that go take a walk while everybody partying. You know what I mean? He could have been. Why he ain't come back with the group? Why is he outside? But for no other reason than the fact that he's an officer. And this is an officer's house with an officer across the street. Did something happen in the house and he went running trying to get across the street? And why is Cujo now Casper the friendly ghost?
No one has seen that dog. No one has seen that dog. And y'all, how many witnesses, chat? We probably are up to about what, 12 to 15 witnesses. How many witnesses have said they saw that dog? Not one. And who would have really seen the dog? Sarah, Julie. Y'all remember at first there were the first.
All day, dog don't need to eat, go out and pee, nothing.
Do y'all well, if y'all remember last year, they were talking, they all had this story of taking that dog outside. Brian Albert came in, took the dog outside to use the restroom, kind of waited around in the kitchen, talking, kikiing until the dog came back. I don't know if y'all remember that, but we have not heard that yet.
So they did take the dog out.
Well, that's what they said last trial. This trial, we're not hearing anything about the dog so far. Big Jew ain't got up there yet. Big Jew hadn't testified yet, but Julie. Remember Julie was sitting by, she saw Jen's phone on a charger or something by her. The judge is gonna make a written decision. Okay. For Melly, we went and tried to watch the end of the Melly thing, but it's gone off until 3:30.
So what happened?
Well, he said court is in recess. We only watched the end. By the time we got there, they were just kind of. By the time we got there, they were just kind of talking about, hey, we'll be back around this time. He talked about what motions he'd heard and things like that. But I don't know if he is coming back for Melly at 3:30 or if his court is just in recess until 3:30.
Okay. That's crazy too. Oh God, it's just like, golly, what? God dang on. Like, why are we having this much of an issue?
Kaylane said, Chloe missed it like Thugs Watch. Nobody's seen it.
Ain't
nobody has seen it.
Ain't nobody seen it.
I want to talk to Colin. I don't even.
Okay, I do have a question. Is that back right area of the car where the DNA was found in the last trial?
Back right area. So there was
tail light area.
I just don't like for you to. Well, I don't want to. Do you know what the DNA was that was found?
No.
Okay, well I won't tell you.
He honed in so bad.
You gonna scream when you find out what the DNA is.
Needle point honed in. Jackson honed in on how all that evidence was unsealed, open, and roundabout at that back area. So I'm like, that's got to be where the DNA was found, because why would you create that much doubt? Is it doubt or is it a damn picture?
Well, because when you find out what the
DNA at the back of the damn car.
It's not. Y'all, do y'all hear how cute that sounds? Do y'all hear Miss J? We got all this DNA. Do y'all hear that? Oh, she gonna scream when she figure out what all this DNA is.
It better be a cup of blood, okay?
That's what you want. Is that what you want, baby?
It better be, because
your hopes too high.
DNA, but I'm just like, so what the heck?
Your hopes are too high. Your hopes are way too high, friend. Way too high. There will be no blood involved. I'll tell you that. She said something. Caitlin said, "Oh, poo poo." Do you not want to know what it is, or you want to see it in trial?
She just has a single hair.
Miss Sheila done told her.
Oh, okay.
Miss Sheila done told her. It is, and Miss Sheila is not exaggerating. It's
What in the entire fuck is that supposed to be?
They done told. I wasn't gonna tell her, y'all. Girl, why is she yelling getting that coffee? Kika, where is it? Where is it? Y'all, she done left screaming and cussing to go get that coffee. She talking about all this DNA. Baby, I ain't know all this DNA. Literally a single strand of hair. Do y'all hear her? She not even at the phone.
What in the hell? Okay.
And we're not exaggerating by a single piece of hair. Literally grab one strand of hair from your head, yank it out, and that's what was found. Nothing, but let me tell you, nothing on the tail light. Nothing on the tail light. Not one piece of blood, no DNA, nothing on the tail light.
That's what's about to piss me off, because that's where it should be if the tail light is what tore his arm up. There should be a little bit of skin, a little bit of blood, a little tissue, a little muscle,
Nothing.
white meat, something.
Nothing.
A single hair?
Single.
He had braids? Like, oh God.
Did he have braids? It's crazy.
Because with the single hair, that means it's a short one. I mean, at this point,
no blood.
It's not like it's on a random card.
It's her boy. That's her boyfriend. Wait, but I want you to keep that in mind because I would love to say so much more, but she's a juror, so I don't want to spoil everything. I didn't want to tell the piece of hair. So when we get to that piece of hair, someone on Black Sheep said on my live that hair lived a life of privilege. I want you to remember that. Ash K said, let's not forget that piece of hair was not from the root.
Oh, so there's no root on it. Just happened to be his DNA. But
that hair survived. That hair survived the blizzard. Yeah.
How the hell? Where was the hair? Was it tucked behind to keep warm in the cold?
Well, we don't.
The crime scene paper. You couldn't put a tip up. You couldn't keep nothing from covering up. You got the wind blowing everywhere. You got a blizzard going. You got the car being. I know y'all ain't told it covered.
We don't know. Well, I'm glad you said it because I didn't want to say that part. We don't know how it survived a blizzard and being driven, I think, anywhere from 50 to 70 miles from her parents' house to the station. We don't know how it survived. That one piece of hair, it survived. I can't tell you why or how, but it survived. It survived.
I can tell you exactly how. It's in somebody's pocket.
Law abiding hair is hilarious.
How else is gonna get? How else, man? What the? Okay.
Natasha said a man is dead on their lawn. His last location was inside the house. But remember, Natasha, he never made it in the house. What more probable cause do you need? Natasha, remember, everyone's story is that he never made it in the house.
And that's what he just said. That the fact that everybody is saying that he never made it in the house, he never had a reason to go in the house.
Hey, Lauren.
Like, even if you don't want to believe that a drinking glass, you wouldn't expect anybody to have that in the car, right? Not off rip. You wouldn't expect somebody just to have that in the car with them. So you would assume it came out of the house.
Well,
no. The connection between him and that house, the connection could have simply been that they were all police officers. But the thing is, the fact that you don't say, it'd be different if you sat Brian Albert down and he said they would sleep all night. They got home 7, 8 o'clock at night, and that was it. But the fact that he had a whole kickback with the rest of the police folks, the ATF and everybody else over there, and goofball that got to watch her feet when she walked. Like, you got a list of people that was open. You never asked who was all here and what was going on last night.
Well, he said they did ask, which is so funny to me because if you asked, then you would have known Brian Higgins was there. You were not collecting, you were not doing investigative work. You too went in that home with your mind made up that man had a medical emergency. There was no way in the hell anyone in this house did anything to him. So you went in there with your mind made up.
I don't even think he went in there with his mind made up. I think he went in there with instructions and a task.
Well, we already know he messed up.
In there with my sister-in-law is going to make a statement. Come over here, get this statement so you can go close this up. My sister-in-law has more information. Come over here, grab this statement, and that was so he could monitor that statement, make sure it was done the way he wanted it done, make sure all the points in it that he wanted were in there to get his house out of it, and then that was going to be it.
Someone said, LL says, you're from Ohio. Do you consider 3.5 inches a blizzard?
Do I consider it a blizzard now? But no, not really. Now, yes, I do, because I'm in Arizona and been here for 10 years, and I don't even want to see too much rain. But back in Ohio, yes and no. Do I think it would have shut everybody down? No. Do I think people would have been out there driving? Absolutely, because folks in Ohio definitely feel like I've been here my whole life. I done seen snow before. Okay, and we do know that even in a level 1 or level 2 snow emergency, it got to get to a level 3 where they say you get a ticket if you ain't an emergency vehicle. And honestly, that don't mean nothing to some people because, like I said, I used to work in a laboratory for years, and they would say, tell them you work for LabCorp and you need to get here. Like, if they pull you over, you bring your ass home. So it absolutely does not mean it was an absolute blizzard for everybody, but in this particular circumstance, things like, oh, that was big on saying grab things real quick. But in this particular situation, I take it as a blizzard for what it is. For a man to be out there with no coat on, no shoe on this side and the other, like, I can see being out there in no coat. Not because you just go out there in no coat, but because you didn't plan to be outside. Definitely.
That's what I said. Why wouldn't that be cause to go search the home? He left his coat.
Because the thing is, everybody knows when you put on all that shit and you trying to drive and then you put the seatbelt on, you be about to smother yourself. You got to take some of that off, and especially once your heat get to kicking, you take some of that off. Some people might keep gloves on if their steering wheel is cold or something like that. But once your heat get to pumping and you not planning on doing nothing crazy, you just run out, so that's another thing. I was like, did they not see him?
I'm clearly from the South, baby, because I'm not taking anything off. I'm driving with gloves on, hat on, scarf on, but I'm from the South, baby. Oh, they back. Okay. All right, boo.
Listen, they coming back.
All right. Baby, I'm from the South. It's a little different with me. I'm driving with everything on. Listen, everything is going to be on for me. I'm not used to snow. This is why I could never live up north. But a piece of me wants to move to Colorado one day. It just looks so beautiful. But all of that snow, I don't know if I could deal with it. I love living in the South because we get 4 seasons. We get 4 seasons. Brianna, why are we taking all this stuff off? I love being like in Georgia. We might get a little snow, at least a snow day. It gets cold here. We're going to go through spring, summer, winter, and fall. I mean, I went to Arizona. It was October. I packed for the fall. Imagine my surprise when I found out
Bring them in, please.
I closed. I mean, too cold to wear. What the fuck? So bad. Stephanie, that sounds like Ms. J talking about moving from Ohio to Arizona. You adapt. Who's next, y'all? Who is next? T-Friend, because I feel like when it's cold. In the wintertime, it's cold here. It's not warm. Wintertime, you associate with cold weather. We may not get a lot of snow, but it gets cold. Fall, you get warm, coldish weather. Like, that's what I mean by 4 seasons. We don't get a lot of snow here, but it's definitely gonna be super hot during the summer. Springtime, you're gonna get rain. You might get some hot days, right? But you definitely gonna get the rain for spring. Fall, it's gonna be warm, cute fall weather. And then when it's winter, baby, it's cold. That's all 4 seasons to me.
Do you need another one, Chrissy?
Gwen said in England, an inch will shut the country down. T-Friend, see, that's y'all problem, y'all people from up north. I always want to take ownership of some cold. Just because we don't get negative weather doesn't mean we don't get cold weather. Baby, it gets cold. Talking about, do y'all get negative weather? Girl, why are you trying to do that? What? She said, I'm just trying to figure out what cold means. Y'all got to understand, like, cold in the South. No, our cold is not the same as cold up north, but we in the South. So hell, if it's 20 degrees, 30 degrees, that's cold. I mean, that's cold for us. Look, that's cold for us. I don't have to feel negative weather. Let me tell you, I went to Chicago. My sister passed, and I think it was January when they had her funeral. My oldest sister passed, and this was a couple years ago. When I tell you, that's a different type of cold. But damn it, cold is cold. Another sidebar. Anything below 70 is cold in the South. I'm from Florida. Shameen, I can get that. I hate when I go to my aunt lives in Jacksonville, so we go there a lot. I always expect sun. It better not be cold.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
We calling. You could call somebody weird. Watch.
The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
I'm sick of him in these clips. Oh, T-Friend, it's cold. When I say cold,
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
that's all he wanted to play.
The Common. Thank you.
So he wanted to play this clip to establish that the glass John had was hers. The police didn't know it at the time. I'm sick of him. Hank pissing me off. He just played a 6-second clip.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I'm so sick of him. She said, "What a nerd."
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran?
I'm glad they played this.
Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
I don't give a damn. Y'all know what I heard. Jen's telling me that no one saw him. Bye. Oh, they finna call someone boring. Lally getting up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in
Lally
order it
is
has
so
18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see this one exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18. All of her clips.
Yeah, we about to get someone boring. Look at Lally. He's red as hell. He doesn't even want a question.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Poor Lally. Lally doesn't even want to do this. That interview clip, she said, was I saying that? At least they get an explanation on why she was saying it. I was saying it like, damn, I know I've been drinking. This is the last place I saw him. Jen's telling me no one saw him coming to the house. Is this the dog bite person, y'all?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh.
I gotta make breakfast because that parfait did not. That parfait was.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Oh,
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist,
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather
at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice and consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you'd worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded, my partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety, it's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely. For Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look or actually We'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston
Y'all
and
know what?
built this really strange
Sir.
little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
If I
And
want
do you know
to
how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do.
why are we here?
Don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
Why are we here getting a history lesson on the weather? Why are we here?
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, you do.
Why are we here, damn it?
That's why I asked him what he's reading.
We know it was a
That would be 7
blizzard.
miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Y'all, who cares?
Now,
It was
these
a-
measurements
we know.
that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there, and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
This is crazy. He wasting time.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just a
Sure.
moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of, I believe, about 6-page documents. You recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study here?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event.
No, you're not going to do that.
28th, mostly the
No.
29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little. Enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
What?
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Hey, Key.
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
Are we here?
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock. And it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr.
What
Gilman.
are we doing?
So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic.
Yes, Jasmine. Y'all, why you got all these damn notes?
3.9 inches
Oh,
up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall. And again, that's an inch an hour more so that by 7 o'clock was another 1.5 inches. By 8 o'clock, another inch, 1.1 inches. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns, the next-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of 1.5 inches an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground. And it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, 1/2 inch to 0.2 inches. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate 1.5 inches per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Is he talking about the 28th or 29th, y'all?
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of
It does, Black Sheep.
subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8.
I don't even know what he's talking about. This is the 29th. Thank you, Nicola. I thought so, but I want to be sure because I saw someone ask AM or
23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3.
He's just not a good witness for them.
22.5 inches.
So that's 22.5 inches, just short of 22. Excuse me. Just short of 22.5 inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
So just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids
Oh,
to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Y'all, why do y'all are not at home asking why we're here? No, y'all can't tell me the jury is not wondering why we had to have someone in here to tell us that it was snowing when we literally saw the snow. What are they doing?
3 documents. We'll look at those. We're helping you finish.
What are they doing? And then he up here, he got no
Yes, I've seen these.
calculations.
And what do you recognize each of those 3 to be?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall.
No case.
Winter
That's what I'm
storm.
thinking.
And we began sending this type of report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner, Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series.
Oh, this is crazy.
And of course, that
They're losing with this.
begins at 6 p.m. to midnight, since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. The
Latrice said room 403.
the data set
Marina said,
from
can we
NOAA,
forward to cross?
National Operational Hydrologic remote sensing center, and it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7
I don't
a.m.
even know what he's talking
It's a
about.
map of
I'm
Greater Boston
tapped
down to the
out.
South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in a minute the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
Y'all, somebody messaged Turtle Boy and said you need to step back a bit. You are beginning to negatively impact Karen's trial. He said, please die in the fire. Then he tweeted it and said, it's okay if they're not a witness in the trial. That man is crazy. Really?
Now, Mr. Gilman,
It is crazy.
what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is. There's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular area.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind,
This is
both
insane.
sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature is concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
Okay, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down.
That's some coochie out the queen. That's hilarious.
And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at, and specifically, if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard.
Oh, God.
Members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers. You might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in 2 ways.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than a quarter of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be.
That's not a lot.
But it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
I don't think.
What is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in this storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility.
Yapper is
Can you
great.
describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
She is
Well,
right.
visibility is just a reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog,
I don't think he lying.
different types of
Talk about the weather.
precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in eighths of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile, half a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this one?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now. Measure the amount of heat in the air,
Yeah, George
and we
Washington.
get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface. So it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically 2 ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing
I hope
device,
so, Brianna.
probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients, you can forecast or expect 1 inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors.
Hank let them do it, Kiss.
Whereas
Oh no, Hank let
it's
him
going to
be.
accumulate, especially on the road surface. They need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly, much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across? Let me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground.
Insane.
Typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just the day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Or during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. And this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January, here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little
Probably
bit
won't cross.
during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
Oh, if he does that
And
more.
what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, you know, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Here it is, y'all.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further.
There it is, y'all.
Right. Mr. Lessie?
Why does he look so scared?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence, text matters.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
She said they need to take a break. He needs his diaper change. Goodbye. I hope he's not going to be up here. Like, I can't believe they're really going to cross up, with the exception of just asking, was it snow on the ground? I think that would have been funny to the jury. And I think that would have made the jury say, yeah, why was he up there all this time just for us to know that it was snowing? So, let's see. But I forgot. Gwen's making a point that they're going to say the ground was frozen. I forgot, like, they need to tackle that. They would need to tackle that. I think here's the thing. The ground is hard anyway, but the man was found in the snow. And when we looked on that video, did any of you see them having to break through the snow when they were taking steps? I don't recall that happening. I don't think that video of him with the leaf blower, in my opinion, it didn't look like he was having to like stomp through and break through the snow. So the ground wasn't that hard. Well, Sleepy, remember, Jen said he was frozen. Jen said he was frozen. What if they play that video and say, is this the same ground you said was frozen?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, Missy. Look at Black Sheep. Black Sheep. Well, Alessi is the perfect person for it because I think he's just
May I, Your Honor?
in general.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, Are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is,
I'm
we're in
sorry,
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir?
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes. Relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. You could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can enlarge just, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good. Thank you. You see where we are. And Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top. Correct?
Yes.
Here on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as
Yeah,
accurate as
TV.
possible. Would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase "track a cat."
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's the smallest amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Right,
Unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't
Yeah.
seem to work very well if you've only
No.
got drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through. Okay. I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches. Correct.
Correct.
Now, if you add, it seems like to be most accurate to each number here, we would add.
Thank you, Jackie, for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. And y'all know the drill. If you get a membership from Jackie, please be sure to say thank you. Thank you so much, Jackie.
Add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so.
Or equal to, if yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes,
Okay.
right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right.
Yes.
Another way to say it. So in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45. Is it correct? You would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8. You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
it would be 1 inch.
Right. And is
1
an
inch?
and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Oh,
Right. So from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch.
I like
Right.
it.
And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison.
What?
1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Oh,
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No. So I'm sorry. Maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch
why would
on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a
All right.
cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to
Why wouldn't he say very little right there?
about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now. 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 2/10 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another 1/2 inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 2/10 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said,
Oh, he getting defensive.
there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m. And then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 3/10 of an inch up to 2 and another 4/10 of an inch, to a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting
Why? All of this
6
math, and it was
in that
so.
time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before, or
Yeah, the total starting at midnight,
starting at midnight?
right, going until noon. So it's a 12-hour period
Mhm.
of the same day, January 29th.
What? It's on
My
that camera.
quick
What?
calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight. Yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches. And then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
This too much, y'all. This Miss Sheila, I'm laughing because the poor man up there doing math, he having to do calculation. And praying is right.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes. Yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that. And yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that.
Let me see your paper.
You
your work.
talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
He gonna have to
The
show that
intensity
work.
of the snowfall. So the amount over time and visibility. Right?
I don't believe in y'all. He just
So the intensity or amount over time. How would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the
Look.
report from Norwood Airport. They
Look.
measure the visibility.
Look.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do it for
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman?
Yes.
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor.
I want to see the
And
paper.
we were asked
please.
about 1 a.m. Is that
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
okay? Visibility
Okay.
reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. That means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be
Clock it.
hidden by the snowfall.
Clock it.
You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it
Wow.
mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
You can see it.
As the visibility lowers, you can your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see.
Ooh.
And the visibility is 1.25 miles.
They
Would
can
they
see
be
it.
able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
There we go.
So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Don't look at Hank. Don't look at Hank.
Can I further explain to the jury?
For what? The hell you got to do that for?
You know, a term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles is good visibility. So it's hard to say that
30
anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So,
and this is my damn problem with the witnesses. You don't have a dog in the fight. You are a damn weatherman. You've been up here for an hour testifying about the weather and the science that you use to measure the weather. Why the hell can't you just say you have 1.25 visibility, miles of visibility? If it's 30 feet, oh, hell yeah, you can see it. Why is he struggling? Why doesn't he want to say that? And this is my problem when it comes to expert witnesses. Sometimes your science is more on the side of the prosecution or the defense. And when you get on the stand, we find you in instances like this where you can't just stick to the damn science.
Anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is.
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot
Hell
of
no.
this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to
Oh!
communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well, I don't know, but I would
What?
never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about
No,
whether the
you're
visibility
not.
was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My
Okay.
question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right,
What the?
I'll try it a different way. Visibility
Why the hell he's so
is
mad?
a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of temperature. You mentioned the
Leah.
concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature? And if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yep.
Yep. And what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air. Did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were
Okay.
the numbers you had given?
that range for that day? Sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder. And we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29.
No,
Would it
I
be
don't
in,
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, again, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I
Roughly.
didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked
I'm gonna
to do the
have to
calculation.
Lay down.
But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And if we could please have the chart published back up, please. You can keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay. So is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
1.2 inches.
May I have a
thought
moment,
it was
Your Honor?
in a mound of
Thank you.
snow.
Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
I thought he was in a mound of snow, y'all.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Lally?
Oh, Lally! The jury don't even know what the man testified to, Lally. He could have helped us all out and sit down.
Mr. Gilman,
What if anything?
you were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 0.3 of an inch.
And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
during that hour or two previous. Yeah, there's really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace, a zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or 0.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Frozen ground.
Yes.
Now, quickly as it applies to visibility. When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
Get them off the stand.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
That's all you had to say. He done went to the damn Korean War. Get him off the stand. Pop, pop, going on. Let pop, pop go.
You're
Bye,
welcome.
pop.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Do you have any
Look at Beb. Beb said you need some help, pop, pop.
I have relinquished them to this nice young lady.
Watch your step, pop, pop. Miss Cherie said, what in the tomfoolery is going on here? I don't know. Somebody's got to pull Hank to the side, and he's got to get a better hang of this case.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Garino.
He's-
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
I hate Hank's haircut. Garino's back. Why is Garino back, y'all? Why is Garino back? Is he finna read more text messages between Karen and Gina? Yeah, I go to cheese.
Thank you.
Baby, y'all ain't got no sense in this chat. I'm not go to cheese.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via cell phone.
Right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please again introduce yourself to the jury? Spell your last name for the record.
I'm Trooper Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
His face looks so hard.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022.
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't know what's going on with his face.
Your document,
Part
you
this
recognize
go
that
around.
document?
Looks a little different this go around.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One moment. Thank you. With the court's permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
Yes.
I don't like court today, y'all. It's just pissing me off.
Do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, Miss. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Kerry's number?
What time?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
Cash, I don't know what's going on right now.
Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe.
Cash, I
and-
don't like it. I'm a little pissed.
It goes. Sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Jaleesa, I don't like court today. I could have stayed asleep for this.
Trooper Guarino, we're done with extraction reports.
That's all they
You
want
have an
to read.
opportunity to
Here?
obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
But they didn't put their fire.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Garino, did you have an opportunity to obtain
Crystal,
phone calls, voice
what's the
messages,
word?
and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Leslie.
Sorry.
Ashley, can you believe somebody went to Cleveland and issued your number?
Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
All right, move this binder as the next exhibit.
I don't know what he's doing with the witnesses.
Presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes, should need the thumb drives.
Okay. Mark this, please.
68.
Thank you.
I don't know, Shayla.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Garino take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So this is the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Garino, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATSFAM 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the known network that's listed under it. There's two, HATSFAM 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did you learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or a 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
I would have been saying the same shit to him.
At 12:30,
Wouldn't have been John, though.
26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's
persist.
not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
Brianna, I think this is normal too. Hell, I didn't go to a PWI, but this is normal. You didn't answer the phone, didn't come back to that car. The only thing is, I think I would have probably gone to the door.
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, sorry, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
And why would she call him a pervert?
At 1 a.m. and 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman?
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone.
Over there, boy.
1:02 a.m. on the 29th.
Thank you, Phil.
Defendant texts John O'Keefe,
Thank you, guys.
I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Fam, you must be over there bored and said we need to add a little excitement to the chat. If you have received a membership from Fam, because it's her second time today, Fam over there bored. Please make sure you say thank you in the chat and thank you so much for supporting the channel, Fam.
1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John.
They should
Voicemail number 5 is left.
I don't know if I would have done this.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking
She's
pervert.
crying.
You're a fucking pervert.
She's crying.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered.
She's hurt.
Sorry.
Ash. Now don't
At
start no shit.
1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m.,
Thank you,
the
Gwen.
defendant calls John. Not answered.
Oh, I was-
1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. She's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
I hate the Kaylee sleeping next to me and you going off like this. She said
At
she didn't
1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7.
I understand it too, Amy.
Ms. Gilman?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John.
Clearly
not
didn't know what
answered.
he was.
5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John,
That was her only
not
man.
answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:46 a.m.
Oh,
the
okay,
defendant calls
Aaron.
John,
Yeah, yeah.
not answered.
You're right, Aaron.
5:30:15 a.m. the defendant calls John, not answered.
Where the fuck
5:30:52
are you
a.m. the
going?
defendant calls John, not answered. 5:31:21 a.m. the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:36:29 a.m. the defendant calls John, not answered. 6:03:02 a.m. the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left.
Deb
with
crashed out.
Some voice and noise and background.
No, play it.
Play that, please.
Play it. Let me hear it. I'm so happy this was caught.
Yes, I need someone to be 34 beautiful Vietnam living in Capital Snow. Yeah. I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see the blanket, Terry. Yes, I need that.
Y'all know that's Jen. Me either, T friend. And this is why I do believe the Jen, Carrie, because we hear it on the voice.
We have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the luncheon recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute luncheon recess.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Okay, we said during lunch we were gonna go back and watch Melly today. I really would love someone to clean up the audio from that particular voicemail, and I know it's out there somewhere because I really want to hear it. I really want to hear it. We did well. We normally go to lunch about 1, so I don't think this is that late. Um, oh yeah, it's exactly an hour too. So this is good. This will be perfect. Hold up, y'all. Let me go to microdots real quick then because I would love to hear that. YouTube microdots. So they have a couple of different things on microdots, y'all. I wanted the enhanced audio. Let me see. They say Jim McCabe's calls. Microdots was John O'Keefe's friend. Wow, we didn't watch the car one, and it's fine because I do want to watch Melly, and the ones I see key are the ones that we've already watched. So we can do Melly right now because I already seen this. I'm gonna have to look through them again because this is one that we've already seen. We heard the 911 calls already, so let's see what's going on with him.
She was noticing staying less than 36 hours there.
That's a long time to stay.
We don't know what documents she should rely on. We don't know what materials she was given to review. We could have filed no reports in order to get a substance or testimony.
When was she listed as a witness?
She was listed, I believe, Friday evening after we had hired her. She wants to take a 10-minute break with the doctor. There was no report.
She was
Stop. This is Friday afternoon. Okay. So you don't want her testimony to be considered today in the argument?
We'll find bifurcating once we have enough time to know what, that's fine too, no question. I don't want to have time to look into that, but today with.
I know, right?
Unless it's 36 hours, we're not all here.
Is she in fact testifying as an expert?
She's testifying as to, basically the second portion of my motion going to the appropriateness of the law. So I am tendering her up there. She did sit with them. She has information to provide to the court.
She interviewed your client?
Yes,
She's
sir.
going to testify about that?
Yes, sir. And just so you understand, the e-filing for the court, the clerk's portal came in at 10:31 p.m. on 5/4 of the Sunday evening.
Okay, so the state's objection is sustained. She's not going to testify. You haven't even complied with the rule. You haven't even complied with the rule.
Just we can take a short break and they can basically.
I already ruled this, so I'm not asking for your suggestion. Go ahead and make all your.
That was the only evidence that we had.
Okay, so is there any evidence, witnesses, or testimony, or is it just going to be your argument?
And it was just your argument.
So, Mr. Benjamin, I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
I read your supplement. I certainly understand the position you're taking that the exclusionary rule would apply to the portions of the previous trial that subsequently Judge Murphy has found with evidence introduced in that trial that was obtained in violation. So, your position is that the exclusionary rule applies pre-trial release or
I wouldn't call it.
I do understand they are not.
Well, I asked.
I'm saying it should not be considered by the court.
None of them are.
The court, the law in this case is it was suppressed and it cannot be used by the state.
Because I noticed
Including the law.
you're not citing the authority for that.
It's not the authority that says that it isn't.
I agree with that. It's an unusual procedural posture that someone will have motion to suppress because of the law.
It's not fair to argue that. Because the case law is nullity. It doesn't exist anymore. And I believe for all intents and purposes.
Thank you, Keith.
It has to be considered. Bond is not there. It doesn't say the rules of procedure that it has to be a certain order or a order of motions. It doesn't say anything like that. But what it does say is when a court is supposed to suppress evidence, it no longer exists for the purposes of the case. Except the law. It just isn't legally obtained or available for the state to argue it. Maybe someday the public will change that. It's working and during all this time it's not on the field. It is the law.
So let me ask you this, and then ask the state for the question that's on that. But let's say Judge Murphy's order in this dated December 21st, 2023, the last paragraph of his order says, the court has not been moved to consider the suppression of specific evidence. It is up to the parties to inform the court as to what specific evidence falls within the suppression order and what specific evidence is admissible pursuant to this order. So I'm going to take a wild guess that you all haven't gotten together yet and decided what is and what is not covered by this suppression order. I'd be correct about that?
No, it's not. Together we have this, but it's all been argued before the court and fully briefed.
So I'm just talking about right now. Like, this is what I want to know. I read the trial transcript, but I'm fully capable, with Frank's here, of disregarding anything that I'm supposed to disregard. So what I need to know is what part am I supposed to disregard? Because Judge Murphy put in his order, you all were going to come up with that. What part would you like me to disregard?
Now, why are they using their mic?
Judge, when you're on with citizens, you're not doing evidentiary presentations on either side, that we take a 10-minute break and see if we come up with a stipulation, and or at least list what we believe is in this.
We pause on that for state. What's your position, first of all, on the argument that the exclusionary rule applies to the
It's actually, I believe, addressed under 924.071, additional grounds for appeal by the state, time for taking, stay of cause. The last sentence, referring specifically to bond issues, talks about that. The defendant in custody whose case is stayed either automatically or by order of the court shall be released from his or her recognizance pending the appeal if he or she is charged with a bailable offense. The defendant is not charged with a bailable offense. So what the statute contemplates by that is if the state is some reason taking an appeal, which we did in this case, that his bond condition effectively remains the same, he's not entitled to the ROR. So I interpret that as because the issue is up on appeal, because the issue is essentially non-final, because it is before the fourth DCA now, that the exclusionary rule does not apply until there's actual ruling from the fourth DCA, because obviously at that point there would be a definite change in posture depending upon what is ultimately suppressed or if anything is reversed by the court.
Well, you disagree with Mr.
Yes.
So you want me to consider everything in that?
At this point, yes.
If I think that he is right, I'll ask you the same thing. Judge Murphy's order said that you two were all of you were supposed to get together and determine what specific evidence his order was going to exclude and what it wasn't going to exclude. So that never happened.
That never happened.
So if there's a suggestion, you could go a couple minutes and see if you can figure out what this order may or may not cover.
Yeah, I mean, in 10 minutes it's not going to happen because there was a lot of evidence. There was recovered both from from all the different ones.
No, ma'am, I didn't ask you.
They are never
I don't understand
it's a problem for me. Both sides.
Speaking out of turn, yelling at someone that's not true. What part of the rules of criminal procedure or the Florida statutes or any case law says that you get to do that just when you feel like it? Did Judge Murphy allow that? I'm not going to. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you have any questions that I need to clear up for you on that front? Everyone is entitled to respect. Everyone is entitled to be heard. One voice at a time for the court reporter. I'm not going to let anyone shout over you, or interrupt you, or call you a liar while you're sitting at the podium. I can promise you, I'm not going to allow you to do that. Do you have any questions about that? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Judge, there was a lot of evidence that ultimately
why he gets
was
fired.
used in the first trial. Obviously, the team now is considering using stuff that is currently subject to suppression that we may end up using in the next.
One of my problems with Judge Murphy is, I think this is Judge Murphy. My issue is that he does stuff like that. Like I don't, you hardly ever see him do this when it comes to the prosecution, because I know for a fact Mr. Man here and the pregnant lady, baby, definitely should have had a scolding just like that. Like, sir.
Next trial, assuming the fourth reverses or whatever may come of it. In anticipation of today's hearing, in light of Mr. Benjamin's response or motion, I have a general idea of what's going to be excluded based upon the date ranges that are provided in the order, but I'm not in a position to give specifics, and it would probably take more than 10 minutes to actually go through and if we were to itemize everything, that's going to be a rather lengthy endeavor. Probably at least a good day or two to sit down and go through everything.
I think this is Martin S. King.
That's obviously we disagree with the exclusionary rule would apply.
I believe that Judge Murphy's sentence at the end that you just read.
I said Judge Murphy. I don't know if you heard him when he was talking about the order that Judge Murphy put out. That's why I said it. This one is, I think it's Martin S. Fing.
Is about preparing for the next trial and deciding which evidence that was in the first trial is not suppressed, is not going to be, is pursuant to the motion to suppress. I don't believe it is needed to go over for purposes of your Honor's consideration because it articulates exactly dates and parameters of the evidence that was suppressed. I don't think it says Exhibit A, Exhibit B in that manner, but it does have the parameters of what was suppressed by date and description. So the other part that he wrote, I don't believe changes his suppression motion. It just, I believe, augments it for later consideration at the trial by exhibit number or exhibit letter, whichever they were on. So I think that's the difference. And I thought to address the state saying that rule says that it's available because it's not entitled to a bond and we can't come back and have a bond hearing. That particular part says he shall be released in those other cases. It doesn't say, and he can't be considered in further bond motions. There's no law nor statute that says we can't come back and argue for his release after a year and a half of what's been going on.
I agree with you. That's why we're here today. Right. I gave you a whole day. I'm happy to listen to anything you want to tell me. But this single sentence, I don't know that I agree with your interpretation. The court has not been moved to consider the suppression of specific evidence. So do you all want to tell me what you want me to not consider, or do you just want me to take a shot at it myself? I didn't have the benefit of sitting through this motion. So I don't have an order that says a motion to suppress is granted regarding the defendant's statement. A motion to suppress is granted regarding the cell phone records from T-Mobile. A motion to suppress is granted regarding any of these things. So I don't know what the specific is, but I could figure it out. If you're telling me to take a shot, I guess I'll take a shot.
It is attached to the amended supplement, the order.
Yeah, I read it. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. I mean, there's several that say you granted it part, denied it part.
Sure. So if you actually go to the order, a lot of it is granted in part, denied in part. He goes and talks about the temporal span of the order, saying specifically highlighted what he said. In reference to this eye-cutting of that, they're limited to a span of 24 hours. Common sense dictates that he did not need to search his iPhone account for evidence and location of communications. Most of these were hours with that there had to be a specific time period. He set that time period from the date of the day, that's October 2nd, up into the date of request. So the line of you moving Gmail, that was suppressed for the purpose of the time period. So anything that predated the deaths could not come in, and anything after the arrest could not come in. So we're stuck to that time period. The next one would have been Twitter. Twitter was based on the same analogy that it was the time period was too large and it had to be based upon date of death to time of arrest. When you go to the next motion to suppress.
So she said Twitter ain't
Google was all the way in. Again, I was out for temporal, in part out for temporal. The Snapchat was out from the time period predating the deaths and then time period after arrest.
Just home. Something unrelated. I just need to know when the child is going to go or change play.
But why is Melly? Why did Melly put his head down like that man talking to him?
Go ahead.
I agree with that, Lauren. I will agree with that.
Part, the United part, the temporal limitations was the basis of the denied. So basically saying from October 26th to February 19th, all of Facebook can come in, all of Snapchat, all his text messages can come in. So it was really clear that it was just everything was out from before the death and after the arrest.
I thought he took the wheel out.
Granted in part, denied in part, is granted as to the probable cause of the warrant, but it's denied as to the span of the warrant. So really what Judge Murphy did was break it down to where he had a time span of what was relevant and what could come in. His basis, quoting to basically the cell phone contains their entire life. There was no reason a lot of these warrants, and even the new warrants that the state has applied for, because they applied for new warrants based on the evidence that was suppressed, they're going back to the creation of the account. Murphy was very clear that you can't go back to the creation after six within this time period.
Do y'all hear what they're arguing about right now? They're arguing about some of the stuff that was suppressed. And what she's saying is that previously Judge Murphy, that's the previous judge, that he told them that they couldn't get anything before the date of death. And that was in October. They couldn't have anything. And then they couldn't have anything after the arrest. So that left them everything outside of that, she said, was free game. But what the prosecution has gone and done is has put warrants out for stuff to the way back to the creation of the accounts. And she's saying you cannot do that. Thank you, existence. Okay, I'll go check it. She's saying you can't do that. Oh, y'all can't hear what they saying. Oh, y'all see I got my face like close over here.
So for example, the cell phone mapping information that was testified to on the day of the homicide, October 26th, that was not suppressed.
If CDRs are all the way in, the cell data, yes.
You agree with that?
I agree, Judge. If I can give the court a summary, this is my interpretation as to what's been suppressed or what can be considered or not considered if the court is going with exclusionary rule. As to the first motion to suppress the T-Mobile records, that was denied. The cell phone location records where the defendant was that day with his phone moving around, that remains in evidence. As to the second warrant, the Twitter account that was granted in part, the past events from leading up to the homicide were suppressed, which means the admission that was made on Twitter is kept in, but the aggravators relating to the defender's activity and belonging with gangs and his gang membership, that would be out. As to as to number 3, the iCloud, that was granted in part. I think we noted that there was nothing of import there, so we weren't using anything from that, or we didn't recover anything from that. To the Snapchat, that was granted in part, again, the day of the homicide, so the location information, the communication records from that day remain in. The messages from the defendant's ex-girlfriend, Mariah Hamilton, those occurred afterwards. Those would be out, but those were not introduced in the first trial. We do intend to use them, but those were not in the first trial.
You say out? I don't understand. I just want to make sure.
Out. Mariah Hamilton's text.
You say out.
Out. As in not in evidence. They were suppressed.
Oh,
It's subject to suppression. It's subject to suppression.
I want to make sure out and it was suppressed.
As to number 5, the Google records, that was denied. As to 6, the Facebook account, that was granted in part. Physical location, FaceTime info, connection information, photos from the homicide up to when the warrant was suppressed on January, or when the warrant was applied for January, that remains in. So what the state lost there potentially are photographs related to gang-related activity, the defendant's membership in gangs, as well as some comments and communications about the defendant promoting the promotional video, which is also subject to the appeal because we argued adoption by admission because he was promoting that video. But all those communications were after January 8th.
Thinking, look at
or at least some of them were, I think. The Instagram, which was number 7, it's effectively the same thing as the Facebook, the gang activity. Number 8, the T-Mobile records, the real-time location information, that was denied. Number 9, the T-Mobile records for historic location information into the defendant. That was denied. Number 10 is moot because it was the wrong phone. The detective got a new warrant. Number 11, the defendant's iPhone. It was granted in part from the date of the homicide up to February 13th. So we obviously kept anything that was backed up to that phone, including the pin drop information, some notes, some text messages in reference to gang activity. But what we also was suppressed were some of the notes and text messages from the past relating to gang activity. Number 12, the Google accounts. There were 2 accounts. We lost everything prior to the homicide was suppressed. That includes gang-related information as well as the gang Bible that was recovered from his account. And at number 13, which is what Ms. Collins was checking, the YNW booking. I actually didn't know offhand what was actually suppressed from that, but I believe it's more gang-related stuff. So effectively what was suppressed was a lot of the stuff the state would be using for aggravators.
Cell site location.
Look at Ray.
Remains
He left Fanny.
2018. None of those.
Correct. And that's my summary. They disagree because I was trying to prepare this for today's hearing. I didn't have the time to go through every piece of evidence.
I think it was the same for what I said. But just to go a step further so the court understands, I agree with what the state had proffered as far as what's suppressed. Going with what specific witnesses testified to what we agree was suppressed. You'd be looking at the majority of testimony from Danny Cooper. He testified to provide the photographs in Ms. Jones' phones have predated, as Mr. Rickson said, the booking, wind up booking Gmail had a game Bible sent, some game box sent to that Gmail. All of that is out because it predates murders. That is most of what Danny Cooper testified to. Would have testified to several messages, me with Mariah Hamilton, Detective Mark Moretti testified to a substantial amount of text messages that would now be suppressed. I believe he said close to half a day where he just read text messages off of the screen. Most of that would be out.
Text messages from October 26th.
I think he is.
Those would remain in. As far as his phone is concerned, it was granted in part from the date of the homicide to February 13th, remains in.
So state any evidence, witnesses, or testimony you want to present, or is it just your argument?
No, Judge, it's just argument. We're just relying on the trial transcript that the court has reviewed.
Your Honor, may I?
He had
Dr. Holmes, she's not going to testify.
Okay, so the record is clear on this, but I'll put it in the written order also.
Doesn't have a microphone either.
Of the defense position, I'm not going to consider anything that was introduced as evidence in the prior trial that has been some subject to both the suppression motion. So I will only consider the things that were not, as it's been articulated to me today. So, defense, I'll let you give me the, well, state, you will let you do it first, you're the ones who talk. Your argument as to whether the proof is evident, the presumption is straight. Even if I wasn't to find that, your argument as to whether I should or should not exercise my discretion. Go ahead.
Certainly, Judge. And that's the case law provided to the court. There's actually a presumption of correctness as to Judge Murphy's order that there was proof evident presumption grade. So really what the court is considering now is just effectively has that suppressed evidence that the court is now considering change the state's position where proof evidence is no longer present. We believe that proof evidence still remains strongly present because, as the court was noting, all the information from the day of the homicide remains. So the vast majority of the evidence that was introduced at the previous trial remains available to the state. What the state effectively lost, as I summarized, were a lot of the enhancers that were used, such as the gang activity, some of the information that goes to motive. But for the day of the homicide, the ballistics that shows that the shots were fired from inside the vehicle, the fact that Mr. Henry lied about the events, which was corroborated by the locations that were determined where the shooting actually took place, with the shell casings that were recovered, the fact that the defendant's phone was traveling with the two deceased in this case along with them and then separated prior to Mr. Henry going to the hospital. The admission on Twitter that the defendant made where he said, "I did that." All that stuff that relates to the homicide, to the direct evidence for the guilt portion remains in evidence. So effectively, nothing has really effectively changed other than some of the arguments that the state can present to the jury in terms of both aggravators and motive.
So before I hear the defense's argument, based on the written pleadings, I suspect they're going to get up and tell me that since the jury didn't find him guilty of the that's beyond a reasonable doubt, we were able to do that to the jury. So we're now asking to find a higher standard that is proof of presumption of grace.
My response would be is that it was a hung jury, and my understanding is that 11 of the jurors were ready to condemn.
Don't matter.
That it was a hung jury, and we don't know what their decision was.
It was rejected at their organization, and we don't know. It was mistried because they couldn't unanimously decide, which is the standard by which somebody is found guilty or innocent. So,
no, I'm not considering those. Anything else?
No.
Talk about
your argument as
exactly what we're
I shouldn't find proof of presumption of grace. Even if I did, your argument or anything you want to tell me about whether I should nevertheless exercise my discretion and set some form of bond or pretrial release, and if I decided to do that, what exactly are you asking me to keep
for the purposes of
to the mic.
I have some factors. I know Ms. Liberty has a couple. If I could, Judge, I believe that the rulings on Judge Murphy, that starting with the testimony of Michelle Boutros, which the Judge Murphy ordered the state that when she testifies, they cannot cross-examine her in any further proceedings. The state appealed it on a motion, on a appeal, a writ of some sort, I forgot which one. And that was, and I attached it to my supplement. The fourth denied their seeking relief on that issue. So I believe that Ms. Boutros, who witnessed Mr. Moretti, the lead case agent in this case, suborned perjury, will come in with no cross-examination in the trial. And I believe the evidence of Detective Moretti suborning perjury in this case is another factor Your Honor should consider, because that didn't exist in the other trial. And it has occurred after the fact, and it's been ruled on by Judge Murphy that Ms. Boutros is going to testify unchallenged by the state in the next trial. And I think that's something Your Honor can consider. Those transcripts of her testimony and what she saw and what Moretti did. And I think that's another factor Your Honor should consider. I believe, and there's something else. You know, Judge, we got on the day of discovery cutoff, was it Friday? April 30th, so it was 6 days ago. A new set of warrants and affidavits authored by Moretti that were done a year and a half ago after Judge Murphy suppressed by this order for the same records that were stayed on appeal. And in those affidavits that he presented to various judges, mostly Judge Bober, nowhere did Moretti ever state that these issues were on appeal, that it was a stay, that they're asking for an expanded amount of records for the same social media and the same phones to a certain extent. And we found out about it a year and a half later, just the other day.
What?
Prepared defenses up until then, and Your Honor has each reminder.
Okay, y'all. I don't know what the hell is going to happen. And we were having this conversation in the chat about Melly's innocence. Did he do it? He's presumed innocent until proven guilty. That is correct. I don't know what happened that day, but I'm not excluding the fact that he may have murdered his two friends. Okay. That's gonna always be in the back of my head. He may have done this. Can the state prove it? That's a different thing. Right. But then we have to start thinking about his rights. His rights as a defendant. He has been in jail for about 6 years. It was at least, what was it, about 3 or 4 years before he even went to trial? The fact that the state is still turning over evidence from a year and a half ago to his defense is crazy. The fact that they said that Moretti is asking for information. He is swearing out warrants. They're executing warrants and trying to do searches. And in doing all of this, they're not even mentioning that there's a stay. Oh my God. It's just crazy, because for me, they have effed this case up so bad that even if he were to be convicted, he probably went on appeal based on all of the mess that the state has done. That if you cared about justice, you wouldn't have to do all of this craziness to get it, right? If you stick to the script, but they just cannot stick to the script. Here we go. He's already been to trial. It's a year and a half later, and they're still turning over evidence.
Finding us, we have this trial date, and all of a sudden, we get all of this other results of a search warrant that was signed by a judge who didn't even know about the appeal or what was going on with it. So all of that is additional, and we're going to do a motion on prosecutorial bad faith, prosecutorial misconduct, police misconduct. We have to add all this stuff to it because it's new stuff that we just learned about less than a couple of days ago. But I think that's something that Your Honor should consider. What are we doing here when the 3.220 says they have an ongoing obligation for discovery? They sought this information a year and a half ago in March of 2024, however that adds up. And they've had it since, and we don't get it until 5 days ago. This is obstruction. This is absolutely unethical. This is absolutely not professional. And this is the kind of thing that we're facing from this state attorney's office on an everyday basis. Every day. And I believe that the sub-issues there of forum shopping to go to other judges who don't have the institutional memory of this case is about, and Judge Murphy was still there back when they sought these warrants. So did they advise Judge Murphy that we're going to go do an end around? Did they advise the fourth that they're going to do an end around and seek the same and expanded amounts of information from those cell phones when the judge said it was overbroad, and he suppressed all of the overbroad nature of those results of the search warrant? So it's under suppression, and they're telling another judge, go in there, they're trying to get the same information, but broadly, so they can try to fix a warrant by not telling anybody they're doing it. So we're going to get to it at some point. But I think on a proof evident presumption rate standard, it's another thing that Your Honor should consider. At the time of the first trial, the predecessor prosecutor, Ms. Bradley, hadn't filed 3 or 4 different Brady notices for evidence that they suppressed and didn't tell us about on the first trial. And that's hearings that took place, and Judge Murphy kicked her out of the courtroom. And that's why these people are here now, because she is a possible witness, because she filed 4 different Brady notices to us. They were all different. So that's something I believe Your Honor can consider. That happened after the trial, and it affects the credibility of the state's case against Mr. Devins. And that's a factor I would submit respectfully that Your Honor should consider.
Hey, Nick.
And I know I don't have a law, and I didn't mean to step on Ms. Liberty's argument, and I know she has some other stuff. If I
That man said these people.
Let me just summarize very briefly. I think the court did.
There you go, King.
Had said jury could reach a verdict and the proof evidence presumption rate is a higher burden than reasonable doubt. The jury in that case did not know it was hidden evidence that the lead detective attempted to suborn perjury, although the state knew about it prior to the trial. And that is why the lead prosecutor was removed from that case. Had the jury known that the lead detective was involved in criminal activity, I suggest that any reasonable person would totally discount his testimony completely, coupled with the fact that certain evidence was suppressed. What Mr. Benjamin was referring to was on April 30th from 3:30 to 7 o'clock at night, a little after 7 o'clock at night, we received 5 search warrants that are in my hand. They were all prepared, I believe, by Detective Moretti. They were all signed by Judge Boger. They were all signed, I believe, over a year ago that we've never received until April 30th.
Wow.
Nowhere in these warrants does it make reference to the fact that Judge Murphy had suppressed portions of the items that they are now seeking. Nowhere in these warrants does it indicate that there was evidence that the affiant was suborning perjury.
Hey, everybody that's joined.
Nowhere in the fact does it explain why the state went to a different judge, because Judge Murphy was still sitting at the time, and decided to go to a completely different judge, not disclosing.
Why would you go to another judge?
Because I question whether or not, had Judge Boger or any judge known this, they would have taken these 5 warrants and said, go back to the original judge. And I think that is something that the court should and must ask. And it's interesting to note that on these warrants, there is in the left-hand, bottom left-hand corner, despite the fact that the warrants were signed in 24.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron.
An indication that says on one particular warrant, REV-AB 1124, which I suggest must mean revised by Assistant State Attorney with the initials AB on 1124, yet they give it to us over a year and a half ago. And may I tender what I'm referring to?
Well, I didn't limit anyone in any way. I asked you 3 times, do you have any evidence showing that? You all said no, and now you're making arguments based on things that are not evidence, and I have no idea what it is. So.
Fair enough. Do you have any objection to moving what you gave us?
Oh!
April 30th?
Sir, you don't have to ask him.
Oh.
This is the evidence you're hearing. Yes, me.
May I introduce these 5
you.
warrants?
Are they marked? Let's mark them as a composite exhibit. How about
Yes.
He asked him though. I just want to know what the speaker was thinking. Why is he acting like he asked him?
Okay, well, that's it then. We'll call that defense exhibit A, composite exhibit, for purposes of the argument.
And I'd move them in it.
With the objection.
Yes, Judge, just because, for the purposes only of this hearing, just because we're considering the trial testimony and the evidence that was previously introduced in suppression, I wasn't going to ask the court to consider these reports.
Over the state's objection, I will make them evidence for the purposes of the argument hearing only. So we're going to call that.
Maybe his teeth just too big or something.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The reason Mr. Benjamin and I make reference to that is because this is a continuing
Okay, so for those of you who can't hear, what Melly's attorney is arguing is that he has 5 warrants that were sworn from another judge, meaning they at the time Judge Murphy was still the judge. They went to a separate judge to try to get these warrants executed. And he's saying that they are just now receiving those warrants now, they're saying a year and a half, but it sounds like they were last year in 2024. So a little over a year ago, right? They're just getting that information. And he says within these warrants, they are asking for information that has previously been suppressed. So it's very underhanded. He doesn't know why he's just getting the information, and he wants the judge to consider that information when he thinks about granting Melly bond until he goes back to trial in September. He's basically like, look at what the state is doing. These are the things that they're doing to him. Consider this when you think about giving him bond. The state has really been playing really dirty when it comes to Melly.
Thing that's going on with the state.
That's why he's probably going to get it out.
Every other day, we get something new.
Gibson, girl, them you guys now.
Concerning this case that appears was in their possession for at least a year, if not longer. And as you're looking at those, at the defendant's exhibit, composite exhibit 1, okay.
Oh, I hate his haircut.
I want you to know that if you look at the docket sheet, it took us 4 hours to organize the warrants because they were commingled.
What?
Warrant number 1 had pages from warrant number 2 or 3. And it literally took Mr. Benjamin's judicial assistant, like promoter, 4 hours to commingle all those pages because originally they came in so convoluted. Because I printed out how they came in as another game that the state is presenting on a case where our client is looking at the death penalty. This is no game. And they have a continuing obligation under Rule 3.22 vote. Not to wait a year, not to wait a year and 4 months, but they have an obligation to turn it over in a reasonable period of time. And if the warrants were signed by Judge Boger on 3/24, I think it was, of 24, what's your excuse for not turning it over to us?
I want to know that.
It's the charges that he's facing in the murder case. First-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact for the co-defendant. I mean, I don't know what the game is. I don't know what we're playing. It's pretty disgusting, I submit.
I submit that too.
One other point before I say in the first trial, that wasn't suppressed. It was a gentleman who took the stand who said, Mr. Evans got out of the car and went home. It was no longer near the cell phone. That was in the first trial. That was something that the jury considered, which resulted in a hung jury. And that's something that I think is very, as we sit here today. And that's how.
I'll try not to repeat anything that, also. So, Your Honor. But in reading that transcript, I'm sure you'll get through. I bring the court's attention to the testimony again of Mark Moretti.
Ooh, Aaron, what's that?
Talking about the change in circumstances that we learned after the trial was over. After we learned, after the hearing, the first hearing on the bond with Judge Murphy, we were finally advised about what had went on with Detective Mark Moretti and Christine Bradley. Why was that so important to us? Not only the fact that the jury was not made aware of that, and they probably would not have relied on his testimony, but his testimony actually impeached the testimony of Brendan Collins, the FBI agent. So if you read that testimony, you see Judge Murphy's order that we re-depose Brendan Collins for that simple reason. Brendan Collins had testified at that trial, which is in the CDRs, the T-Mobile, the cell phone data is in. State had put on Brendan Collins, basically to introduce his cast reports. He had testified that Mr. Demon's phone, or the 9807 phone, which was left in the car, which you heard testimony from Adrian Davis at that trial that phone was left in that car. He testified that you could not, with precision, give a location on that phone.
True.
He went through the different trainings he had got from the different cell phone agencies. One of the things that he had spoken about was one of the data sheets in that T-Mobile report has a column that reads environment. FBI testified you cannot rely on that they do not rely on it for the simple reason that they don't know where they come up with the algorithms that go into that column. So when you look at that column, it shows somebody could be mobile, they could be outside. Bottom line, the expert says you can't rely on it. They don't rely on it, FBI. Mark Moretti, same guy who asked an officer to lie for him, then got on the stand and impeached Brendan Collins by saying what? That you could look at the data from T-Mobile and tell if somebody was outside, inside, or walking. He then went on the stand to give his own interpretation of what those CDR records meant. His interpretation, again, conflicted that of the FBI agent. Mark Moretti's testimony, period, we were deprived of knowing that he had previously sometimes perjured himself. We were deprived of the fact knowing that lead prosecutor had asked him and basically covered that up. And there was a change of circumstances because that was not brought to anybody's attention when Judge Murphy had made his first ruling. And for the record, that first ruling that Judge Murphy had made, it wasn't an Arthur hearing, there was no testimony put on. I believe at the time the only testimony that was given to the court would have been over Zoom from the family's aunt or mother. Nonetheless, getting to most of my motion, Judge.
Yeah,
there is a case out there.
45. I'm watching.
Norco. And what it tells us is Reeves versus Narco, 141 Southern 3rd. What it tells us is even if the state meets its burden under Russell, and I'll get into Russell in a minute, the circuit court may exercise discretion to grant pre-trial release if the defendant can prove conditions of release, if the defendant can prove that his conditions of release can effectively protect the public from the risk of physical harm, assure his presence at trial, and protect the integrity of the court. There are some other factors that we get from other cases talking about flight, is he a risk of flight? So going through that, what we would be proposing for Mr. Demons would be a minimal monetary bond with the condition that the defendant would remain at his new residence. The defendant would not have possession of a firearm. The defendant would wear the standard pre-trial ankle monitor or GPS tracking. I did put on that witness list, I will not call him, was a member of the security company who we have engaged to it was twofold what I had asked for. Mr. Demons would have a 24-hour security guard on his person. There would be then 2 other security guards on the property to basically secure the premises of the property of the house and the house. They would be reporting if there was any infractions of Mr. Dimmons. They would be reporting directly to myself, the rest of the legal team, the state attorney, and to the court. So you basically have your own deputy, paid deputy, with him. Mr. Dimmons is not a flight risk. He does not possess a passport. I don't even believe he has a driver's license at this time. We can assure his presence at trial. He's been here every hearing. He will be here every hearing. He would have a monitor on him. The court would know where.
Now, Raven talking about he's been here every hearing like the man ain't in jail.
He would be at. There would not be any concern actually with him not being at court because you know where he's at all the time.
Or explain it though, Aaron.
My proposal, with the security on, with the GPS tracking, basically house arrest, it would effectively prove conditions of release, can protect the public from risk of physical harm. Given the singular event that Mr. Dimmons is being accused of, it was not like.
Okay, y'all, court's back. I will watch the rest of that course back. Now, you know, I love Raven, but Raven talking about he's been here every day. Duh. Where else he gonna go?
I do.
Okay.
I have some other matters I'd like to introduce before
Sure.
that. I may.
Where the hell else he gonna go besides come to that courtroom? I do not like he can't talk to his mom though. I don't like anything that they're doing to him, you know?
Yeah, Your Honor.
None of it is.
I'd like to introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
They just had no questions for you. Just came back on. The defense didn't have any questions for you.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
In this particular moment, you was dropping him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
No sense of great.
Your Honor, I have
I mean, look, I don't.
keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure.
I don't know why she did them. I did like seeing some of her emotion in them. I don't think it was this going through the.
And these are all for identification.
It was worth it to me. Watch the whole doc is what I'm going to say. And she's giving her perspective. Those are out of context. She said that morning he was thinking, damn, did I do something? I could have hit him. Because Jen is telling her this stuff. Hey, Kat, how do y'all know Kat's chat is here too? Are y'all seeing something on YouTube? Let me pull up my app. Because y'all were saying this yesterday. Hey, Kat and chat. Hey, Kat and chat.
Thank you.
Let me get over here. Let me see if I see something. Because how did y'all know that? It says Kat, not Williams, and their viewers just joined. Oh my God, that's so cute.
Next, I'd like to introduce as an exhibit the text messages that I read with Mrs. McCabe during the testimony.
I just love it, Kat and chat. I love it. Sound like a dance group or something. I can see it on my phone. I just took a screenshot of it. I can see it on my phone. That's so cute. Kat and chat. I know that's right. Performing live at 7:30. and chat. I love it.
I move this into evidence, please.
She said, look
No
at how
objection, Your Honor.
they didn't cross that. They didn't cross Morgan.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Who is
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
who the hell is that?
Where do you want to go?
Child, not they let you set goals on YouTube, but this is too much. Who is Charles Ray? She said Ray Charles. My dear, get out. Cat, when I get my soundboard, I need to make a little song. I need to make a little sound that say, "Hey, cat and chat, cat and chat." Make a little song or something to go with. Who is Charles Ray? Tell me, is Gav mad?
If we could, we'll call a different witness.
Oh.
Okay.
What the hell
Call-
Charles Ray?
Kevin O'Hara, please.
Where's Charles at? Don't tell me Charles is out there acting like Katie. I mean, he need a minute or two. Charles said, "Not today." Where is this Ray? Renee about Charles. You know what, Renee? No. Oh my God, y'all. Look what I got on today. Yeah, I got my checker shirt on today. No, I put Charles Lee Ray together.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Listen, we're not gonna have this shit. Oh, Bev about to go off. Bev is going to let them. Y'all know what Bev is gonna say? She said, "I let you guys go. I let you have it." When Katie was supposed to come on that stand and she had whatever foolishness went on in that hallway, I let you switch the witness. I even gave you a break. And after I get back for the break, some woman named Sarah walked up on my stand. I didn't. She said I didn't really say too much, but today, she said today is the day. What movie? I don't want to quote my movie because it's got another word in there. She said today is the day. Y'all know this movie. You is gonna pay. Have your witnesses ready. She probably gonna pull a page. Have them lined up. When one walking out, one's walking in. You're not gonna waste the jury's time. You are not going to waste the jury's time. We're not gonna do that. Bev said this is not going to happen. You knew at lunch Charles went out there. You wait till I get on it. You wait till you announce him and then tell me, "Oh, I'm gonna call somebody else in front of the jury." Okay. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. The whole time Charles at home with Mel. Ash, they said put your phone down. Oh, you know what, Ash? Put your phone down. I need to catch up on Melly. We just watched a little of his hearing. It's a little spicy in that Melly hearing. I'm gonna tell you that. It's a little spicy with the Melly hearing right now. And whether you believe he's guilty or not, what you can't do is have faith in our judicial system and think that what's happening to him is normal. It's right. Like you just can't. You can't do it. I'm sorry, it's impossible. They're still turning over information.
All right, Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Okay. Jurors, thank you for your patience.
boy still calling? Bev said he couldn't get his ass down here. Bev said he couldn't get his ass down here.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence.
I think I remember him.
Case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Wait a minute. Is this the damn friend that was in? No, is this the officer? Is this-
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police, last name R-A-E.
Okay, I think I remember.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years,
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes,
Were you working that morning?
yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
Medical.
What was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We, at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
Oh,
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I'd move to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
okay.
No objection.
Thank you. I think this proves how small that town is, because how the girl, Kaylee was 13 at the time.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes,
Do you remember about how long that took you?
a few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Maybe Shayla. I don't remember them bringing that up, but I mean, there may be 2 small children home alone. How do you know his family hadn't had someone go over there already? How do you not know that? Maybe so, Lizzie. We learned there were small kids there. How, like that who told you there were small kids there? How did you, I just don't get that one. Pretty, we talked about this. Now, my kids never had to go through this, but we talked about how kids these days, well, I don't know any kids who experienced this being left alone at 6. Baby, in the 90s, a lot of kids were. I had an older sister, so I wasn't ever at home by myself at 6. But a lot of kids were like this. Go home. That girl was 13. She could stay at home till an adult got there. I think here in Georgia, for if they're like 8 or I think 12 or something, maybe 8 or 9, they can stay for 2 hours by themselves. And then like 13, I don't know if it's a limit. I don't know. But again, my child 6 years older than her brother, so I was always okay there. 10? Okay, I said 8 or 9. He said I wouldn't leave him in a padded room alone. Oh, let me see.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman? I note that the time is 8:23:10.
And look at that.
Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing 2 vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please.
Yeah, my sister Rara was not going. Actually, sometimes worse than my mama. Lord.
So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Show me all the pictures.
After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody, see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay. Who's on the stand? This is Ray Big Lou. He's one of the officers who went to do a wellness check on the kids. Me too, Key. I was babysitting my nephew at 8, child. I'm happy. My nephew that y'all see all the time, he was crying one day because my sister had them kids at 15 and 16. I was swinging him by the feet because they said it's how you get rid of colic with a baby. I told him I was 9 babysitting you, swinging you by your feet because I thought you had colic and that's why you were crying. I shouldn't have been babysitting you. I'm happy he's here. Still happy he's alive. And his little feet didn't fly to my hands. Yes, King Paper Plate. His mama had him and his sister at 15 and 16, child. I was way too early. I remember it. I remember that clear as day, swinging him. I think I only did it twice. He was still crying after that, but I'm just happy he's here to tell the story. I'm happy he's here. Y'all never heard people do that? When kids, they say it's an old wife tale. Swing them by the feet and it helps clear them of colic. Yeah.
Thank you. At this time, I've
I
moved
ain't
to
had no business
introduce
doing it though.
former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Shannon, it happened. He's still alive. Y'all never heard people do that before? I'm like, maybe it's a Southern thing. I saw my mom do it. Like, I've seen my mom do it. My aunts do it to babies. They say it cures colic. I'm telling y'all, it's true. Hey, Kiki. She said, I didn't know what colic was. Y'all think it's a Memphis thing? I don't know. Maybe so. Ask your mama. Mel McAlberts is crazy. Y'all never heard of that one. It's an old wives' tale. I'm telling y'all. I've seen my mom, I've seen my aunts do it. So I like a football. Now when I had my kids, they had the little the drops that you can give them, and then I learned when kids are gassy how you could like move their feet. But I was freaking 9, y'all, trying to repeat what I saw. Big Lou, it's really insane when I think about it because I was 9. Really thought I was doing something in there.
Thank you. The first video that...
See, okay, Ashley, thank you.
Second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
I use that now, ain't it?
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame, and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
Are there any questions, Mr. Yanez?
We have no questions, Your Honor.
With farm animals, not humans. Now, Ronnie. Ronnie said I've seen it before, but with farm animals. Oh my God.
My next witness would be Kevin O'Hara.
Oh God, that's so funny. I repeated what I saw and shaved out my damn eyebrows off. Now, Ash. Wait. What the hell did you see that made you shave your eyebrows off? Nicole, it is true. Oh, here he goes. He worked right here. Your mama might be right, Kiki. Tell your mama I was 9.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O'Hara.
Here he goes.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
I didn't shake.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
No sleepy, no cross.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings at least twice a month where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large scale events such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know on the department or a local police department asking, give me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, which were, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles with the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
No.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022, there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team?
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members.
Right.
We have currently 5 full-time members.
Search and
we increased
rescue.
on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the approval, the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the
I
mission
don't like this.
assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told them at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long, it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including which members, notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Assigned cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond, so we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m.
PM, y'all.
Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road,
You know he prepped.
you don't say there was two front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he'd stated the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
We were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight. So we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe. So we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes. And we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the streets. They're not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We wanted to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search?
What is he doing?
How you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started, all 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search?
You think so?
Other than you
Taylor?
and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. If I had been more of in an instant commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, for our internal records. Primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was you're almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the CERT team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. $47 pieces, and Gallagher had a whole leaf blower. Didn't find one. Gallagher had a leaf blower, y'all. Remember that? He had a leaf blower.
I'm showing you 2 photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
A close-up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A.
remember, he found some, then Proctor found some weeks later. People were just finding taillight pieces.
With the court's
about
permission,
2
could
weeks.
I show the exhibits?
Yes.
We see exhibit number 129, please. Oh. Doesn't have it. All right, I'll move on at this point. And that was at 5:45?
Let's see.
Yes, sir.
Ash, remember, we were like, well, why didn't they found 47 pieces of taillight? It was so
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker. Yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 3 photographs. Do you recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
crazy.
Directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, I'll remove these 3 photos into evidence, please.
All right, Madam Court Reporter 74.
That's what I don't get, Molly. If the shoe was there the whole time, why didn't the EMT see it? Good was out there. Hell, why the hell Gallagher didn't find it?
Thank you. With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Why didn't Gallagher find this shoe?
Could we get a more of a close-up, Ms. Gill? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. You can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please.
I'm not buying it.
You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you 3 photographs.
Thank you.
You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2, a close-up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, move to introduce 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection. Thank you. One's a close-up, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
I still don't listen. That redhead said.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something, and then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Y'all still don't know why the leaf blower didn't find anything.
Showing you 2 photographs, could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these 2 into evidence, 1 photograph and a second to be closer up view.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 76 and 76A.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
What about when you
Was
said?
there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area.
Now media.
And no one moved past our line, even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence. They didn't move past the point we'd searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
No.
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
He is definitely lying.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was
What?
frozen?
Sir.
Did you touch it?
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. So, and at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe.
4 hours.
I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
So they were out there an hour or two.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not
They
not
are
from my
Michigan.
team, but
Where
other
is
members of our
Proctor?
department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Look at O'Hara. He remembers. The North remembers, baby. We remember you. We remember you, buddy. Look at him looking. Which one is going to question him today? Which one is it? Who is it? Is it AJ, y'all?
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had accessed that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond instead of wasting other people's time calling us. If I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel. So when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet. I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call is at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were waiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were all still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you?
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously?
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark?
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct? As a matter of fact, your focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the third member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those, the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to
Understood.
start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line.
Oh,
in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir, I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right. And so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir. Okay. Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for, to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
Oh, that is correct.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-cert members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-cert members included, or they numbered at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe,
The-
I believe
the
it was
five-
5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-cert members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognize one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started your search?
No, they weren't on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your
Why were they
staff,
there?
any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
Why? Why were they there? Tell me.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes. You letting that simmer.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it would probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the senior searching, sir.
I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as almost an entity, single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a tail light, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir, our focus is forward as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34th Avenue, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is,
I do not, sir, no.
but he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged,
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Big Brian.
You testified that you recovered. Having a hard time speaking. It's been a long day.
Yes,
I apologize.
man.
Let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you've earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or
I don't
maybe
think
2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Or something. I know the Canton Police Department, they hate her attorneys because
Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative?
Okay, he sure is, right before our eyes.
Relative to each other? Do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent. You've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8 and a half piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
He studied, baby. He took his testimony seriously, okay?
As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not where the piece of of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence. And all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detectives, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay.
He is the one that actually studied.
Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the row without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that
Never called back.
over the next days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to recover?
I do not know.
Why didn't they call them back, guys? Why wouldn't you want that team back out there?
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief, and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if he used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
We have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember.
He said the one thing you didn't remember.
Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
I definitely think it was John's shoe. He was not wearing a Reebok. It was a black and white Nike sneaker.
I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year, or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Does that refresh your recollection that was the words that he used, or at least you remember him using at that time?
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Fair. Fair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Then I was saying, Boy said the same thing as you, that O'Hara has completely changed his testimony. He says that too. I don't remember. I remember his face. I remember he was on CERT. I just don't remember the small details. I may go watch this one from last year over again. Maybe Karen is over there working. Karen might go to law school after this. Y'all look at Paul back there at the kid table. It says completely different. We'll have to listen.
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area,
So that
how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canada, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. The time changed. His timing is changing.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
You mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point. The media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
Slow down a little, Mr. Brown.
What is he smiling so damn much?
You mentioned best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
Now, before you defined the grid,
There, he don't want to talk about
and
that.
before you began that search, You knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I did know. I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Don't care.
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Next question.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and
He said,
he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base that on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please.
really don't like Hank, and I hate that.
Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, sir. I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back.
I think is if you find it, if you
Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
okay, if you're finding taillight pieces, why don't you go ahead and keep looking? Because maybe you'll find more. The fact that they stopped is crazy to me.
Identify these pieces.
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
Well, they
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
on a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get close to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left part of imprint from the shovel.
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level,
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I had realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area I marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly. So the search went approximately 60 feet?
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
Right.
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.
I love how
before
you did that.
you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
He said 5:50.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Here we approach.
Okay. One up, please.
Oh, Hank just really bothers me. I think it's his haircut, his glasses. It's just too much. Let me see what theory we're talking about. Now that picture that they just showed, from when he went to the house, y'all see how the tail light is missing some pieces? I'm just still of the mind that I don't care what happened. You're not going to convince me that she hit that man with a car. You're just not going to convince me of that. What happened to John O'Keefe, I do not know. But I cannot be convinced that he was hit by a car. Especially not at the rate they're wanting us to believe he was hit by.
All right, so jurors, every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track usually. I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track, maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you know today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I don't believe it. And then she come out with some bullshit talking about we are ahead of schedule. What schedule are they working on is what I want to know. What schedule could they be working on for her to say we're ahead of schedule? Jaleesa, I'm gonna tell you what I thought. As soon as Hank said, "Can we approach?" I said he is going to tell her that his next witness he doesn't start. Go ahead. I bet.
So we can at least square away that issue. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh, here you go.
All rise.
I thought old Bev was coming back to really do something, y'all. She came back to tell them get some work done since we've ended early today. Useless hag. Lacey said this useless hag. We are done at 3:30 today, which is absolutely crazy. Let me see. But is Melly back at 3:30 or is the judge's courtroom open at 3:30? Let's figure out real quick. I don't know if he's back or was the judge just saying I'm coming back. at 3:30. Like his courtroom will be back at 3:30. Because I don't see the hearing on and it's 3:34. Brianna, me too. Let's see. I don't think he's there. I don't know if the judge was just saying he'd be back at 3:30, like his courtroom in general, because he's going to have a written order for YNW Melly. See you later, Hallie. Thank you for coming by, girl. See you later. See, they not just watching mine. There's so many people talking about Karen Reed. Just think about it. Miss J was just saying yesterday, she's gotten like 15,000 followers in the last week. So, and she's new to Karen Reed. Think about people like Googe, I think it's Googe, Turtle Boy, the 13th juror, Emily Baker. So think about all these people who've been in the space. I don't even know how many views I've had on my page in the last while. I need to check it actually. But just think about the space. They have seen something online. I don't know what they're going to do like in the future when it comes to social media, jurors, and watching things online, especially big cases, because I'm watching Mr. Dennis, his updates about the Diddy trial. People in there like, I don't think I could be a juror. I saw that tape of Cassie and I'm going to be biased. Or I don't think I could be a juror because I think he can buy his way out of this. So think of that. How does that affect our judicial system going forward? I'll end this live. I can do that. I can end the live. I'll go to TikTok or something, but I can do that. Lynette, I could do that and answer some questions. Yes, Chelsea. How can you not be biased? Well, let me say this though, Ebony. Ebony, remember, and I'm going to stick with this. Remember, Paige said that every juror at some point will form a bias. And it's going to be based off of the information that is presented in trial. Everyone, Miss J can go live on TikTok. I'm gonna text her and see what she want to do. But every juror can form a bias. So walking in though, we got to be like, like with the Melly trial, YSL, I walked in, I didn't know anything about what was going on because I am still shocked at the things that I found out during YSL, okay? Still to this day. But with the Melly trial, I was pleasantly surprised and just kind of like, wow, why is all of this going on with this trial? So I do get like you can probably have some bias, but I do think you just got to be open to looking at the evidence. And it's probably not as easy for most people that's probably not as easy for most people to do. Ash, don't let Mr. Dennis or Miss Sylvia see you say that. Don't let them see you say that. Everything key. I told you, I remember I was dating this guy. This was years ago. And I said something about Thug, and he was like, don't let the dresses fool you. He was like, he really a street, And I was like, what? He's like, no. People really fear him out here in Atlanta. I said, what? For real? Like, I didn't know that. So when we got to the trial, the fact that it really seemed like that, I was like, oh, maybe this person knew what he was talking about. And I trusted the person who told me that. But yeah, I was just shocked at seeing all of the stuff that was going on, especially when he was making money. He was out of, he shouldn't have been attached to anything, right? I'm not going to say he was doing anything. He shouldn't have been attached to those things. I wouldn't think he would have, but that's what was happening. That's what was going on. Thug said he had to wear a dress because he had a stick. Let me tell you this. In the GQ article, he said, I knew it was going to piss people off, so I did it. And I said, Okay. But I also think, looking at him in old videos, I've said this before, I think he did a really great job of adapting to the hand he was dealt, and it works out for him. It works out for him. Oh, Ash, you had said I was responding to a comment. Mel, do you think Melly did it? I'm asking because I don't know nothing about him or what's going on. Lily, I remember watching the trial, and I can't remember. There was a piece of evidence that was submitted that made me go, I don't know. I don't know if I believe it beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think it was the DNA from the car. I think his DNA should have been there. We saw him get into the car. The fact that they had that car, they didn't find any DNA until like a little bit before trial started, or even during trial. That is sus to me. I mean, there's the phone call to the girlfriend that they're saying he made. What if he were running from somebody? What if he just won't snitch? I mean, it's a lot of different stuff. I'm ready to watch the trial again. And we're supposed to go back and watch trial 1, so I'm ready to do that again. So, hold up. Keith, I don't even know what comment you're talking about. Thug really does what he wants, and he's confident in it. I think he adapted to his environment. Remember, he was saying how like he started wearing skinny jeans. You could tell in 2014, 2013, when you see videos of him, he was different. And I still think he's different. And I think it works for him. Lily, prior to watching the trial, my daughter was telling me about the Murder on Your Mind song. I'm like, oh, he did it. This is crazy. Why would you write a song like this? And then we realized the song, we were told that the song was recorded before everything happened, the video before everything happened. So now you're like, dang, well, did he do it? Them kind of saying that he was doing it for money when he was like the popular person in the group. So even if you had to pay them, you still would have had more money than them. So I don't know. I'm really, really ready to watch it again, and then I could give you a better opinion as to what I think. I really could. Who the hell is Prince Half and the Daddy? Y'all just sitting here, him. I'm confused because y'all really being messy, and I don't even get it. Capture. But here's the thing with the feds that kind of annoys me is if you are going like pop into this and start investigating the case, right? A case that has nothing to do with anything y'all should have going on. Why aren't y'all doing something? You come in, you start investigating this case, you start pulling in witnesses, having them question, you have a hearing, you do all of this to do nothing. I don't get that. Yes, Jasmine, we are, because I came in on the end of Millie's trial. So we just hadn't watched it because we said we'd do it closer to the time his new trial starts. Now, after this one, someone asked me to watch, I don't know if I can watch it, but my sister too asked me to watch the Tyree Nichols case, and it's only 4 days. So I could probably finish that in 2 days or something. But Mellie's first trial is something that I have to rewatch. What happened? What happened? What did y'all hear me say? Alice talking about, am I for real? Can y'all help me out? I'm having a blunt moment because I don't know what y'all talking about. The officers are a hot mess. Second trial isn't until September 10th. Naziah is October. So this month is May. I know the second one, I say I'm writing this down, is in July. Well, it's supposed to be in July. We have something in August. but I can't think of what it is right now. Melly is in September. October is Naziah, the Naziah Harris case with Jarvis Butt. Key, wait a minute. Somebody's got to help me out. Let me see what else. So that means if Melly's in September, then I'm gonna say that we should be doing the first one in August. I'm writing all of this down. First Melly Child in August. I don't know what I'll be watching in between time. I'll figure that out. She said, "Our Father." Stephanie, I would never forget that. Is Mama Adelson? That's one of the ones I'm sure. I think that's the one T was telling me about. So that's in August. It's just so much going on, Lord. Oh, when does Dirk start? Did y'all know when that? I know it's federal, but I still would like to know when it starts. The Idaho 4. Now that might be something I can catch up on because I'd love to know about that case. The only bit that I've heard about it is them trying to get the location changed. Do you guys know if they got the location changed? Why did y'all say Prince though? I know who. I mean, now that you're saying it, but why did you say Prince? Prince made me feel like someone else. Dirk is in October too. I know he's got the bond hearing on the 8th. I do know that. Chelsea, the Idaho 4 got moved to LA. Is that what you're saying? Location was changed in that one. Okay, good. Now, Kia, maybe that'll be another one we can rewatch the first one. I watched the documentary about that because I needed to kind of understand what happened. I saw people talking about it, and I want to know how he got off in the first trial when it seemed like they had so much evidence against him. Oh God. When it seems like they had so much evidence against him. Video evidence, cell phones. He was like the last person who spoke to him. So I don't understand it. Are y'all saying Dirk is in LA? Oh, okay. Shonda, it was on. Don't make me lie to you. And I watched it a couple of weeks ago, and I've watched a lot of stuff on my YouTube since then. So it was on YouTube. I saw it on YouTube. This is the Jay Lee. So Jay Lee is I don't know if he was trans. I don't want to say he was trans and he wasn't. But it's about a young man who seemed to be dating another young man who was down low. And I don't know if he threatened to expose him. I don't know what was going on, but this young man was from a family that is pretty well known in his town. They're like, I don't want to say his father was a pastor, but a religious family, right? And this boy comes up missing. He was the last person to have seen this young man. And he went to trial. I think it was a hung jury. It was a mistrial, and then they found the body, and then they recharged him again. Now that they have the body. That trial is long, Ronnie. Hold up. Bia says he got off because they didn't have the body. It was a hung jury, okay. And they're saying because they didn't have the body. Do you guys think that now it's going to be different? Oh, she said, Aaron says Jay Lee just didn't want to date someone who was DL. I remember like he had friends kind of saying, hey, don't deal in the documentary that I saw. Hey, don't date him. You know, you don't want to deal with someone who's not really out. And then they have him on video leaving his home really early in the morning. He had on a robe still. Like, I don't know where he had on a robe. So he had to be going somewhere he was familiar with. It's really a sad case. He was really young. He was in college. I mean, it's a sad case. Yep. Oh, Miss. Oh, it's only 2 weeks long. Okay. And the body was found close to his parents' property. So, Stephanie, someone just asked me that case again. Hold up. Is that the young man's father? Okay. I don't know how to feel about that case. I didn't know the name of it. I don't know how to feel about that case. Shanny, thank you for the super chat. A super chat to Blast Key is crazy. He also now has a public defender. Bill, what do you think that's about? Do you think he's drained his family at this point, or they're saying you're on your own? Maybe they believed him up until they got the body. Do you think that played a part in it? I don't know. They're saying it was a hung jury because they didn't feel comfortable convicting with nobody. Hearing people say that, what do you think they're going to do with the Naziah Harris case? There's nobody in her case. What do you guys think? Same circumstances. No one has heard from the person since the day that they assumed this person was murdered. Same circumstances. What do you think they're going to do? How do you guys feel in general about convicting someone of a crime with nobody? What do y'all feel about that? You can like a comment in YouTube, y'all. Keith said y'all like it. You can like a comment, y'all. I think it may be a little both because before his uncle was his attorney, but he quickly recused himself. Oh, she's a child. Why does her being a child matter? Who says she's a child? I gotta go look at the name again. There's so much evidence with the text on that one, though. Haley, I don't know. I don't even remember the YouTube page I saw it on. It was about an hour long, somewhere up in there, 45 minutes to an hour. You're down to convict Jarvis Butts. There's a reason prosecutors and investigators want a body when taking a case to child. I get the body is better. I do understand that. I'm just wondering how you guys feel about convicting someone when you don't have a body. Because, the comment just said they did not feel comfortable convicting without a body. What do you have? You can like a super chat. Oh, thank you, Lexi. I didn't know that. What do you have to have if you were on the jury to convict without a body? Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. Emotions are different when it comes to kids, and those texts were disgusting. Agreed. She's not going missing. What do you mean, Natasha? She's a child, and she was essayed. The jury will feel more sympathy for her than a gay man. Okay, you're probably right there. They need the right jury for Naziah. If all the evidence points to nobody but you, okay, I like that. Jarvis's criminal history and testimony from other victims will be in his trial too, though. I like the Aaron. So basically what you guys are saying is you have no problem with convicting without a body if the evidence is as overwhelming as it is in this case. Well, Miss Mika, the last trial ended in a mistrial, and they didn't have the body. Now they have the body, and they have they got him, and they rearrested him. We don't need a body to know he did it. Let's see. I feel like when that's the case with a child, it may work because she hasn't had any communication since he was last with her. Let's see. All depends on the jury. and how the evidence is presented, agreed, but it's hard to convict without a body, hence why the hung jury the first time. I think I'm gonna say, like most people said in the chat, if the evidence is overwhelming, I can see it. I can see it, but having a body is definitely a plus, because without a body, you're just assuming. And we have seen cases where people were presumed to be dead and then they pop up 20 years later in a cellar or something. So I do understand how important it is to have a body. So I do understand that. We were trying to see if Melly is going to be, I gotta pop in on the Hinton case. I think we only got a little bit. Y'all act like y'all didn't want to watch Melly. I was gonna finish it, but you guys act like the sound was too bad in the Melly case. And I do agree, the sound is kind of crazy. They are not using their microphones. They didn't search the same area for the first trial. Miss Cherie, I don't know what that was about. Natasha, that's interesting. Natasha says that with adults, you can say or easily believe that they've run off and they're living another life. Children are less likely to be gone this long on their own. So that kind of puts some perspective on why you think the case will be different with Naziah versus a grown adult. Miss Cherie, I don't know, what could it have been? Another case of the family and kind of getting to understand of who the young man is and them just assuming he didn't do anything? They need to have multiple charges against him so they can get a conviction. I just think it's really sad. When you listen, when I watched it, I'm going to look for it and I'll post it on my Insta story, the documentary that I watched. But when I watched it, people had so many great things to say about Jay and who he was as a person. He was loud and proud about the young man that he was, trying to finish school, and that his life will be taken for what appears to be issues the young man had with himself, not Jay Lee, but the person who he was dating. I feel like somebody talking, they found the body weeks after the mistrial. You think so, Haley? What I wonder, or I thought it was like a random person who found the body. I didn't think it was a coordinated search. I thought it was someone that was over there and they happened to see the body. Natasha, that's what it seemed like to me watching that documentary. It seemed like a lot of evidence. It pointed, in my opinion, this is just the evidence, didn't watch the case. I was like, oh, he did something to that young man, but I don't know. I don't know. That's what I feel like watching it. Something happened. Something happened. The person who allegedly unalived Jay Lee is Tim Harrington. I haven't been following that. Maybe the case. I'm going to see if I put it in my YouTube, will it pop up? Because sometimes it does. Let me find it now, Ash. I'm going to see if it pops up on my YouTube. You know, sometimes YouTube will pop up with stuff you watched already. Does YouTube let you search your history? I'm trying to find it. Let me view my history. Can you? Oh, you can. Child, I found it, y'all. Let me copy the link. I'm about to put it in the chat. Oh, it's another one that just popped up too. Let me put this one in the chat first. That I watched. It was about a young girl, her cousin murdered her, and I still don't know why the cousin murdered her. Okay, she said a deer, Bia said a deer hunter found him. Okay, let me show y'all this. I didn't know that, Key. I'm sorry. I did not know that. Okay, here's the link, guys. Let me make sure I see it. Okay, that's the link to the one I watched on Jay Lee. Was that an old case? Yes, it's an old case. He carried the cousin's body out, but no one really knows why he killed his cousin. Was it in Detroit? Let me see. I just saved it to watch later. Oh, there it is. No one knows why he killed his cousin, and I don't think he ever said why he killed the cousin. Sometimes that's why I'll sit up and watch these crime stories. I just can't believe some of the stuff that I'm seeing, though. Okay, y'all, this is the one with the young man who killed his cousin. The Jay Lee one, I thought that's the Ole Miss case. It's going to be retried eventually. Now that they have the body, and then this other one, I think the cousin ended up pleading guilty. You see him on camera load something to the car. It's really crazy. I know how to watch my videos on YouTube. I know how to get on YouTube. I know how to do stuff like that, but that's about it. You know what, Ash? Someone compared John O'Keefe's case to John Benet Ramsey. We will never know. And I'm starting to think that. I'm starting to believe we will never know what happened with John Benet Ramsey. I've watched every documentary on John Benet Ramsey, and I still can't tell you what happened to that baby. I still can't tell you what happened in the John Benet Ramsey case, and I think that's going to be the same thing with John O'Keefe. We will always have suspicions, but we will never know. No one has confessed. Her mom died. Her mama didn't say anything. Is her dad still alive? We'll never know what happened to her. Shani, my money kind of goes on the brother too, especially after seeing a Law and Order episode where the little boy was a psychopath. Y'all remember he stuck that paper plane down his brother's throat. Dad is alive. I think he was on the last documentary I watched. Okay. Well, the little boy, siblings can have issues and can do things to their siblings. Yes, EBS. I guess y'all maybe the mods can tell me which ones y'all want to do that with. Was it Criminal Minds? I thought it was Law and Order. Key, when they were in the bed and the brother had wet his bed and that's why he did it, that was Criminal Minds. I'm just trying to think who they had the boys in 2 rooms. I can see the kids, I can see their mama, but I can't see anyone from Criminal Minds. But okay, I watched them a lot too. Hold up, Aaron. Let me see this documentary too. Aaron just put one in the chat. I gotta take these dogs out, but I want to see. Why won't it let me click the link? Oh, it's crime scene pictures in here. Oh, this is Marcellus Williams. Is it Williams? I just saw the name right here. Let me save this one. Okay, I want to make sure I say that. Your client Chris is in it. Okay, season 4, episode 21. It's Criminal Minds. Barchi ready to go outside. Okay, y'all, I'm about to get off here. I'm about to get off here and watch it. I think I'm gonna watch this one Aaron just sent. I don't know if I'll be on TikTok later. I'll see. I'll see what T wants to do, if she want to go live or whatever. I don't know. But I'm gonna see y'all later. I'll see y'all in the morning. Bev to let damn court out at 3:30. I don't even understand that. Barchi just ready to go outside, I think. And so she clowning. Barchi want to say hey. Come on, girl. Say hey, Barch. Y'all. Now y'all see, she doing the other dog. You don't even hear the other dog. Y'all see all of Barchi's hair grew back. Barchi, you don't have to do that. That dog is not even stunning you. She's doing that because the other dog is right here. She's right here on the ground, and Barchi doesn't want her to be this close. Barchi she really cuts up. She really a sweet girl, but lately she's been having a really bad attitude, especially when it comes to this other dog. She's really mean to her. I don't know why she is so mean to the other dog, but she's been really, really mean to the other dog. This is not Chloe. Barchi's a sweet girl. Ain't there? See, look at her. She really a sweet girl. But she's had an attitude for a couple of months with the other dog. So yeah. But okay, guys, I'm gonna see y'all in the morning. Thank you guys for all the likes and shares, all the super chats. Shannon, thank you for your special super chat. Thank you guys so much for all the memberships. Fam, thank you for everybody. And if you message me, because someone sent a super chat and said I messaged you, I'm about to go respond now. I hope it's on Instagram. Don't force me to go through my TikTok messages. Am I going to get rid of Ash? You should be focused on getting your knee better. You should be focused on getting your knee better. Okay? Don't focus on this. It's not good. It's not good for you. Oh my, y'all got to get my cousin over here. I think I've told y'all before. This is my cousin. He popped up on my page. This is my little cousin. He was on, I don't know if any of you watch RuPaul's Drag Race. He was, I don't even know what season it was, but he was on their season. I wish I knew what season. It might be 14. It might be. He may have been on 14. I'm not sure. RuPaul's Drag Race, but he's in LA. He does a lot of shows in LA. I think they're really freaking amazing. So if you like drag shows, if you like stuff like that, I highly recommend going to one of his drag shows because they're really good. But he's based in LA though. He does look good, girl. We tell him all the time. He does look good. He goes by the name June Jambalaya. But he does a lot in LA. He does a lot with RuPaul's Drag Race still. And he does really great shows. Really, really great shows. He does really great shows. Very entertaining. He gonna dance. He's from Florida. Well, you know, my aunt's from Memphis, but he's from Florida too. So yeah. Yeah, it's worth it. So if you're ever in LA and you go to a drag show, definitely worth your money. It will be worth your money. But anyway, I just saw him on here in St. Louis for my birthday. You went on a whole drag queen cruise, friend? Brianna, I just saw your comment, and you need to stop it. Brianna, let me tell you, I text my auntie. And let me tell y'all what I texted before I get off. I said, hey, y'all. Y'all ever heard of swinging a baby by their feet to get rid of colic? I put my two aunties on there with my sister. My sister said, Mama used to do it all the time to Jawan and Terica, which explains again why I thought this was normal, okay? My auntie said, no, I haven't. And I said, rah, these folks on my live think I'm crazy. I said, my mom used to do it, so I tried it with Jawan when he was a baby. I said, I had no business doing that. And she said she wouldn't let me do it because I didn't know what I was doing. Now, my sister at the time was still, she probably 16, 17, and I'm 9 years old thinking I can do it. I asked my aunt, I said, Aunt Sheila, where my mama get that from? And my other auntie said, baby, I don't know. Probably the Griffins. So when I get off this live, I'm going to call my other cousin who like 75. Because now I need to understand why the hell my mama was swinging babies and saying it cures colic. I've got to understand. Taylor, I got to understand, y'all. I have got to understand where my mama got that from. So I'm going to go call my cousin when I get off this live. And I'm going to go ask my cousin, hey, by any chance, did your mama, because my mom was really close to her mom, did your mama tell my mama that? And then I'll report back in the morning. I don't know if you want that man to swing you by the feet, just saying. Margie, stop. No, don't do that. Don't be that person. You are a sweet girl. You're going to have to stop swinging and eating cookie cakes. You know what? Bye, y'all. I'm going to get off this live. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. And I'm finna go call my cousin and I'll report back in the morning what she says. Because I'm going to need to know where my mother got this from, okay? I'm going to need to know at this point, since none of my aunties, I thought my aunties were going to be like, oh yeah, mama taught us that. I got to go figure this out. I'll be back. She heard about Baby Blaze. Who the hell is Baby Blaze? Key, who is Baby Blaze? She swing from the ship. She said, swing. What is wrong? You know what? Blaze hit. Okay. Bye, y'all. Enjoy the rest of your day. Ash, you need to go sit down on that knee. Get off the knee. And if you stop being messy, it'll heal faster. You might be done in 3 weeks instead of 5. Blaze Martinez. Okay. Bam. Blaze, a.k.a. Bam. Are y'all out here naming imaginary children? Okay. Bye, y'all. I'm going to see y'all later. Bye, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hold on. Blaze Antoine Martinez is crazy. The baby got 2 middle names? Is that what y'all saying? Y'all gave the baby 2 middle names. Blaze Antoine Martinez. Okay. Enjoy y'all day, y'all. Bye, y'all.